Hello. I just have to advertise myself or something. I should create a better system for it, but Sainty. Hello, Nel Shadaka, and hello, Vodka. Oh my goodness. Hello, welcome. We are live. Yes, that's right. Also, thank you so much, donators that donated when I was off stream. People donated when I was not streaming. That is very kind. I will do HRT. We'll do HRT on stream to show that I am trans. Actually thought I would not be able to get these. I do have super chats, yeah. I turned them on just before stream. That's right. Would you like to super chat? Since it's now here. I still have to do a thing when I have to fill in my information for tax or something, which I have no clue how to do. So I have like a bit over $100 waiting in the YouTube thing to cash out. That's right. YouTube is making money. We could start the stream by playing a bit of video game, relaxing and talking together. Talking to the chat and the chat talking to me. Thank you. Thank you for that. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? $100? Oh my god, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Wow, 100? I thought it was 10. Oh my gosh, thank you. That came out of the television. Oh well, I'll have to work on the audio. Sheesh, I know. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Oh. All right. So, how are you all apart from the... I still owe another 100 for that 12 hours live stream you promised. Wait. Did I actually do it or did I do the 12-hour stream? Well, for now we're gonna play the game and chat. We're gonna talk some politics with Boy Meets Meanie, but it's gonna be politics that you're not probably really used to. Oh wow. Okay. Wow, I have. That's right. I mean, I could do it tonight. I'm in for the long haul. I'm gonna be talking about South Asian politics, which I don't think streamers talk about South Asian politics much at all. Yes, yes, Boy Meets Mini has been on stream before. Yes, I am back for now. Actually, I have enough money now. It doesn't seem like it, but actually the fundraiser has been filled. So I may as well lock it. I might as well end the fundraiser because it's the amount has been met. Someone sort of directly donated to me the amount that was needed. So I actually have enough money to get all the equipment that I need to stream from Ukraine if I go back there. But I'm struggling. Okay. Because due to life events, I'm in debt. My bank account, you probably don't know this, it's blocked. So I don't have a card. I cannot use a card. Cannot use a debit card. There's no way for me. My bank accounts, all of my bank accounts are blocked due to that. I can only use PayPal. It's blocked, yes. It's blocked by... It comes from the TV. I don't know why. Oh well, I'll fix it later. I'll fix it off stream. Also, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, Fake Alec Parker. It's blocked by the debt collectors who actually regularly call me on my phone, even when I'm in Ukraine. I guess now's the time for me to start, I don't know, actually setting money aside to finally free myself of my debts. Which, technically speaking, the debt is not huge. Thank you for the $30. Alright. Do you want me to start working on it on stream today? That could be an art stream. You can describe it again. You can describe the commission again in the chat, and then I'll sort of... Hello, Greater Rain. It's been a while. And then I can start working on it. I can start drawing on stream. And then you'll see if you like what I'm thinking of. Barry is a character from Resident Evil. And the person saying, oh, Barry is Jill. Oh, Barry! Thank you, Stuff Slacker, for the $20. And I'm not actually sure if I've seen you here before. Have I seen you here before? I don't recognize the name Stuff Slacker, but thank you so much for the $20. I guess all of this donations will go towards me paying off my debt finally, so that I can actually use my bank and pay with a card, which sometimes is a big hindrance. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the $35. The debt is actually... okay, I'll actually turn Polish złotys to... I'll use my phone. Thank you. Thank you, boy. Oh my gosh. Everyone's super generous today. Okay. Złotówki na dolary. Okay, the main bulk of my debt is actually $3,000, give or take. I've had it for a few years now. I keep wanting to sort of pay it off, but I keep not being able to. And that basically means that I only use cash or PayPal. which is in today's world that is a very limiting way to exist. I've learned. It's been so long, I missed you. Thank you. Also, to answer the question how my latest trip went, I did some volunteer work. I did some volunteer work with an organization called Brave to Rebuild. Brave to Rebuild. They do demolition, which is something with my brains and knowledge how to build things can do, and reconstruction. If the organization is handed materials, then this organization can actually also start rebuilding houses. You know? So I've done that recently in this small sort of place called Irpin. Thank you, Greater Ain't. Oh my gosh. Today is... My goodness. Wow. So that's been... Do you know what... You do know what happened in Irpin, right? There's Bucha, Izium, and Irpin. That's where Russia massacred the entire area. Yes, Irpin. So I've been doing some reconstruction, deconstruction work in Irpin. I've managed to interview the coordinator of the works, very eager person to talk to me. And since I'm Polish, we actually talked about Polish specific topics. It's very interesting when people learn that I'm Polish. Usually history comes up, history between Ukraine and Poland comes up. Even the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth came up, which, you know, I'm me. So of course I asked the person about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and what their opinion on it was. And the answer actually surprised me. I did not expect such an enthusiastic response to my question. And that person that I've interviewed actually watched some Polish movies and read a Polish book about a topic which actually touches upon conflicts between the Cossacks and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Very, very, very interesting stuff. Oh yes, and I managed to also interview one of the owners of the houses that we were working in. It's my goodness day. Oh, thank you. Wow. Whew. Yeah, it was a productive time in Ukraine. I did some filming with my phone, which, by the way, thanks to the fact that the fundraiser has been filled, I will be able to get a camera now, an actual camera with which I'll be able to conduct the interviews, the next interviews, when I'll be back in Ukraine. For now, it's been this. People are pretty eager to talk, actually. I'm surprised that people are so eager to talk. I expected people to be more reserved about talking, but no, actually. Like, you're the journalist from Poland. But there seems to be, because there's been a souring of relations because of the whole farmer thing. But a lot of Ukrainian people hold this... Okay, the ones that I talk to. I cannot say that that's a thing across the board. But from the people that I've either interviewed or just did small talk on the street when buying things. I actually enter small talk quite frequently in Ukraine when either being in a hostel or buying something to eat. And there's this big sentiment that Polish and Ukrainian people are big friends. But of course, there are bad things that sort of sour the whole thing. Like, I'm definitely going to talk about the 17-year-old Ukrainian that has been attacked recently in the Polish city of Krakow because I feel like no foreigners have heard about that. Uh, yes, a young 17-year-old was attacked. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for the $15. Thank you, Glitch Master. Oh yeah, I will definitely talk about Biden and Trump. A lot has happened when I've been in Ukraine. A lot has happened on that front. It's pretty wild what has happened. So I'll be doing like a recap. I'll be doing a recap of what's been happening. Maybe I'll be even doing some sources. So a bunch of teenagers. We look. I actually look into an article about this. A bunch of teenagers. Oh yeah, I'll be talking about Destiny as well. Don't worry. I'll be talking about Destiny. We have a lot to talk about today, actually. But a group of teenagers attacked a Ukrainian teenager with a machete. Yeah, that happened in the Polish city of Krakow. A 17-year-old was attacked with a machete. He lost a finger. His skull was fractured. And they had to remove parts of skull from his head along with parts of his brain. And it is still unknown what the long-term sort of consequences of this attack will be to this boy. So, as much as I like to talk about how Polish-Ukrainian relations are amazing, it's just impossible not to mention stuff like that happening. Because it's just a result of the far-right fear-mongering against all sorts of immigrants. And that includes Ukrainian immigrants. Sorry to say. That's basically what happens when the far right fearmongers against the bad immigrants. You know? Modi has met with Putin. We could discuss that as well, if you wish. Modi's meeting with Putin. India sort of getting seemingly closer to Russia. When most people can put bread on the table, no amount of nationalism will swing votes in this. Yeah, that's true. Things like that will make people revolt and be discontent. That's right. When basic needs stop being met, that's where people are like, oh yeah, we don't really care about your rhetoric anymore. We actually care that you're not fulfilling very basic promises as the head of state. We can start with either. Just tell me when you want to call in, and I'll sort of change up the setup so it won't be the game. You're good now? Okay, then I guess we have not played the game much. I guess we'll play the game after the conversation. Full screen. Full screen ahead. I guess. Yes. Okay. Can you call me? We'll be talking about the US today, definitely. Hello.
Hi, Lucy. How's it going? Good to see you back.
Thank you. It's gone pretty well. I am temporarily returned. Let me see if I can. Mm, what do I? How do I do this? Uh, hold on. I am happy. Would you like to be on camera?
Sure. Let me turn it
Hold on.
on.
I have to. How do I? I feel like I'm messing something up. I have no idea why. What I'm. There used to be this button that would allow me to just neatly pop pop out the voice chat window, but I just don't see it now. Am I becoming technically illiterate? Oh, oh, now I see it. Now I've popped you out. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn my camera here off. See, I have to do a whole operation, but my strange incompetence when it comes to these things is why people like me so much, actually, probably. You know?
Yeah.
It's like a thing. So close. It's like a charm point. Did you know that I called into President Sunday today?
I don't watch him.
You don't watch him?
So
You're not a big fan?
I don't know. I'm not into the debate space.
Oh,
Not a big debate person. So
I'm.
I avoid a lot of drama. So,
Is
but
he? Is he a big drama person? You think? Debate
he
person?
was. I don't know. I don't know how he is now. So, I just I'm just personally just not invested
Better safe than sorry.
in that stuff.
That's a
So
lot of uh, what do you call it? Oh yeah, theory, political theory streams.
that's good. Yeah, I watch who was the one who's that economics guy? Unlearning economics. I watched his streams too.
Oh
He goes
yeah,
over a
I
lot of good
know
stuff.
about this creator.
Hmm.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, he streams. I like his stuff.
Do you like my stuff?
And yours. Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm gonna Discord null. This should be it. Yes. Yes, we are now. How do
Hey.
I make us all be equally visible on screen and not just one person? Do you know how to do this?
You see in
Yes,
the I
grid.
think in the upper right, yeah,
Grid.
the
Perfect.
grid.
Yes,
There you
I
go.
clicked it.
Yes.
I figured it out because I have a big brain. Okay. So would you like to introduce yourself? Maybe I should just add also a thing. Um, boy. Sorry. Uh, okay.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
a BOY
Oh,
boy
not
meets mini.
boy? Okay. Okay.
No.
I'm gonna fix. I'm gonna fix.
Should I change it? I don't know. I'm just kidding. It's
I don't
BOY.
know. Boy is like a very
Hmm.
nice looking. With an E. Okay. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. You have been fixed. Lucy's a
So
debater.
yeah, I'm Boy Meets Mini. It's good to be back on the Lucy show. It's been a while, and we've all missed you. And we were worried about you, going over to Ukraine. But
Thank you.
you did a lot of. It sounds like you had a lot of fun there. But not only that, you helped a lot of people, and that's huge. When creators do that kind of thing, it's massive. So,
Yes.
yeah.
I've been there
Um,
during the fateful day when the hospital was hit.
ooh,
Yes.
wow. Glad you're safe
I've
because
even heard the
that was.
missile fly by, which is, I think, I might have to repeat the story again. I told it on the President Sunday thing that I promised someone that I'd go to the corridor every single time that there'd be an alarm, you know. And
Mm.
there was a day when the alarms became pretty frequent. So I thought to myself, I know I promised, but it's starting to feel like the corridor became my dwelling. Like I'm just spending time in the corridor. I felt, key is pretty safe. I know I did the promise, but I keep being in the corridor, and then minutes later, literally minutes later, karma happened, and I heard something fly by, and then an
Oof.
explosion.
I mean, I can't imagine. That's yeah, but yeah, you're very brave for doing that. And yeah, so but anyways, yeah, I'm a South Asian person, originally from India, but I do my best to cover the whole region because it's many countries, many languages. It's pretty diverse, and has a long history, I think. And it's a region of the world people don't like look into, whether it's current events, history, uh,
Well,
geopolitics.
I
So,
believe it
but
sort of.
yeah,
Well, I'm not okay. Even that's not guaranteed. I believe it
yeah,
came a little bit on the radar because of the nuclear tensions.
yeah. There is that. There is the stuff. What's going on? Also, there's ties between India and Russia, which those are kind of historical because India was a strong ally of the USSR. And mainly it was because the USSR sort of armed the Indian resistance against the British Empire. So that's where that comes from. So yeah, so the that's where the Russia partnership comes from. It's a very long relationship, and of course now you see Modi bro hugging Putin in the in Moscow, and
Although there
you
was
know
this a little bit, you could say, awkward moment when Modi did the whole thing about when children hurt, our hearts weep. Basically,
it's
like,
fake.
yeah, but it was the awkwardness about it is that the whole thing was done. Uh, I'm not sure if it wasn't just a day or a few days after the children's hospital thing. So that was a little bit of an awkward moment between Putin and him, I guess.
Yeah, it's the fake sympathy. Like it was it's basically what Netanyahu does in Israel when he said, the attack on Rafah was tragic. I'm like, look at yourself in the mirror, my guy.
Yeah.
And of course, the entire Knesset should be doing that. But yeah. But yeah, that's what's been going on there. I mean, I specifically wanted to come on today because I don't know if everybody's been watching the news lately of what's going on in Bangladesh. A lot of people say Bangladesh, but that's sort of the American pronunciation. I say the Bengali pronunciation, which is
Bangladesh.
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 Bangladesh. Yeah, you got it. It's not difficult. But in Bangladesh, there has been an uprising of students, university and high school students, because they are not able to find jobs. Just some statistics. So Bangladesh is a very populated country. It's about 170 million people. Yeah, right, yeah, 170 million. And the unemployment is so bad. I think it's around like 33 million people do not have jobs. 33 million people over the age of 18 do not have jobs. Like it's a horrible unemployment situation in Bangladesh. Been festering for a long
Pretty
time.
interesting that when
Yeah.
you see difficult situations in countries historically as well, students sort of seem to always be at the forefront of protests and trying
Yep.
to push a change for the better. Like if even I've discussed like a big protest in Poland in 1956, which is referred sometimes as the first crack in the iron like in the Soviet sphere.
Mm.
That it started as the protest of workers, but students very quickly joined in on that. Students are very often sort of very vocal advocates for fighting against injustice.
Yeah, and I think part of that is, when you receive an education, I think that's once you study enough, world history and geopolitics, and your mind starts to wake up, in the university setting, or if you have a teacher, say in high school, who actually, teaches you proper history instead of what the nationalist textbook teaches you.
Oh
So,
yeah.
but that's what's happening in Bangladesh, and the reason is because for anyone who doesn't know, Bangladesh, most of Bangladesh's employment is either in, obviously it's infamous for sweatshops and child labor, which that's true. There's also a lot of manufacturing, exports to other countries. It's basically the sweatshop of the world, or one of the world's sweatshops, which it's sad because the British basically made it that way for a couple of centuries, and it hasn't really changed because corporations make massive profit off the backs of Bangladeshi people. Um, so there is that, and then on top of that, the government is pretty big. Like, it has a lot of jobs. I mean, there's millions of government jobs. And so the
Like,
problem in
you mean office workers, administration, or?
yeah, administration, there's a lot of military. Bangladesh also has a very large police force.
Mhm.
So it's a very authoritarian regime. And it doesn't matter what party has been in power. Like, they have switched parties many times. Because basically there is a right wing, far right conservative party that's like conservative Islamist.
Mhm.
And then there's the current ruling party, which they bill themselves as center left, but they are also really brutal authoritarians, and they really hate indigenous people, those who are not Bengali, basically non-Bengali indigenous people who live in the country. So, um, yeah, it's just like, and of course, the way they handle refugees. So, in Bangladesh,
Yes.
has one of the world's biggest refugee camps. A lot of Rohingya Muslims from Myanmar fled
Okay.
to Bangladesh, and
Yeah. Do
basically, like
you
they're living in just horrible conditions. It's not good.
do you know maybe about more or less the numbers of the refugees? And could
It's
you
hundreds of thousands. It's hundreds of thousands.
maybe
It's, yeah,
tell me a
six
bit
figures.
about the process of how they get to Bangladesh? Bangladesh, yes?
I mean, it's near Myanmar. I mean, it's like the next major country, near
And
Myanmar, and so a lot of
about
them,
their
they end
conditions.
up on boats and they come over, and of course, the Bangladeshi government, they set up a relief camp, or several relief camps along the coastline, and the problem is those relief camps are really authoritarian in the way they're run. Poor facilities. In fact, they deport a lot of people from those refugee camps back to Myanmar. So it's not like, just because they're setting up camps doesn't mean they're actually helping people. A lot of times they're doing more harm than good. But yeah, Rohingya people deserve liberation. And they deserve equal dignity, but Bangladesh um, does not treat them well at all. So, um,
So could you tell me more about sort of what sort of
we got a map. Here we go.
yes, what exact conditions do they live in? Are they relegated to some sort of camps, or are they pushed into forms of ghettos, or
It's camps mainly. It would not surprise me if they were only allowed to stay in the country for. I have to read more into it, but basically, it's a temporary situation. Like, they can only stay in the country, I think, for a few years at most, and then they have to basically go back or await UN asylum. So they're basically, these camps are basically concentration camps for Rohingya people, and for other refugees from Myanmar as well. There are many, many ethnic groups who are being, uh, I guess, marginalized by the Myanmar junta. So basically,
do they have
yeah,
legal
you have.
status of refugees in the country?
I mean, they do, but they either have to they either will get deported after x amount of time. I forget what the exact amount is, but they either get deported back to Myanmar, or they have to get asylum through the UN, to go to another country. So until they get asylum, they're
So,
stuck there, or they get deported. And so yeah, refugees who end up in Bangladesh because nearby countries like Myanmar are have a are doing genocide basically.
yes.
um they just don't get a good break anywhere.
So hold on,
And
because they
yeah.
basically flee places like Myanmar.
Mhm.
So they receive status of refugees, but they get deported back to the place that they fled.
Pretty much, yeah. Or back into Myanmar. So as you can see, there is a border. If you look in the southeast corner, in Chittagong province, Chittagong division, there's a border with Burma or Myanmar. You can see over
Yes.
there. There's also there are a lot of people fleeing Myanmar for India, and India is cracking down pretty hard on immigration. They're trying to strengthen that northeast border that they have with Myanmar. So, but that's a whole nother situation. I actually came on to talk about Bangladesh today, but that is one of the the main things, like the main injustices happening in Bangladesh, among many others, is this sort of you know um,
We're
keeping
setting up
down
a
of
future
refugees.
conversation.
Yeah, and it's yeah, and the government of Bangladesh. Here's the thing: the government of Bangladesh is very friendly with corporations around the world, especially textile makers, mining companies, fishing, rice, agriculture. There's a lot of rice grown in Bangladesh because it's a very wet country. It's one of the wettest places in the world, so it's perfect for rice cultivation. And so because of that, it is like actually central to world trade. It's one of the countries that is very, very important to world trade. And people just dismiss it as it's some small country in the global south. I'm like, no, it's actually very logistically, geopolitically important country.
How big
And I
of
don't.
an exporter of, for example, rice is Bangladesh?
It wouldn't surprise. I could check who are the biggest exporters of rice. I know India is probably number one, number two. China's pretty big as well.
Can you?
Let's see, rice exports by country. India, Thailand.
Thailand is
They're
pretty
not.
big. Thailand is pretty big. I know that.
Oh, Bangladesh is not up there. Interesting. I thought they were up there. Okay, they're like top 30, I think. But still, I mean, for the amount of, I mean, they don't have nearly the land of say India, but
Right.
still, it is a major rice producer even then with the small land area they have.
And
But yeah, I mean,
I,
they're significant.
with that, we've been checking export. There is also the matter of how much of the rice production goes to the, uh, you know, mm, to feed the
You mean
actual
domestic,
yeah,
right?
domestic
Domestic. Yeah,
domestic
domestic's
use.
probably the majority of it. So, because I mean, Bangladesh is crowded. It's 170 million people. Like, that's hard to fathom. I mean, that's what, about
I've just been
half the U.S.
given.
population? Yeah, it's half the U.S. population lives in this small country.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually
Mhm.
true. There's a lot of people. Like, for
Mhm.
context, Vietnam has, I think, a bit over 100 million people living in it. And Vietnam is, as you know, stretched, quite a stretched piece of land mass, right?
Yeah. Yeah, whereas Bangladesh is very compact, it's tight, and the terrain, like depending where you go, the terrain is either too close to water, so it's going underwater as sea levels rise, or it's very hilly terrain. When you go to northern Bangladesh toward like northeast India, it gets very mountainous up there. So a lot of the country's population is in villages in like the center and in the south, basically, because that's where the agriculture is, that's where the trade, the rivers are and stuff. So yeah, I mean, basically, um uh, it's this very densely crowded country, kind of like Nigeria. If you see, I mean, Nigeria is very populated, but it's small. Bangladesh is very similar to that. But yeah, recently what's been happening basically is there's very high unemployment, especially of young people, and that's a similar problem in India, Pakistan. Like all of South Asia is basically has this youth unemployment crisis. I mean, I would imagine there's a similar thing happening in the US. There definitely is, but the degree to which it's happening is much greater in South Asia. It's like in India, I heard it was like 37% of young people are unemployed. In Bangladesh, it's even higher. It's up in the 40s, I
Do
think,
we have
for
any data on this?
yeah, I can get youth unemployment in Bangladesh, but it's very, very high. Um,
Like a
and I'll explain
breakdown.
reasons for it.
Okay, a breakdown by age brackets, etc. So we could get a full picture.
Okay, so according to the World Bank, which I don't know if I fully trust it, it's like 15%, but that's percentage of that's
Total.
between ages 15 and 24. Yeah, 15 and 20 between 15 and 24, unemployment for young people is like 15.7%, which is still very, very high. Um, so yeah, that's still not good at all.
I wonder how it goes with
And
different age brackets as well, like
yeah, I'll have
25
to
to
look it up.
30, etc. How it sort of breaks up along all the entire population, you know?
That, and probably you have to check on things like underemployment, right? Because a lot of people in Bangladesh, they get a decent education, but where's the opportunity? They have to leave the country. They have to go to
And
Europe or
is
wherever,
this
right? So
unemployment, how is that sort of number, what is that number based on? Is it based on number of people that actually register as unemployed, or is it just
yeah, I don't know.
how is this number produced by the World Bank? What
Yeah,
is that?
I wonder where they get the data because the Bangladeshi government likes to make itself look good. So I don't know if their own statistics are valid or if they cook the
Right.
numbers. It's
Just
very
what will
possible.
be the
Yeah.
criteria of uh, when
Yeah.
a young person is considered unemployed?
Yeah, I'm not
And it
100% sure on
starts at
the
15. Does that
policies.
mean that in Bangladesh you can just get a job at 15, technically speaking?
Um, I believe so. I'd have to look into how they. I mean, I know child labor is definitely a thing. Like on a illegal child labor is definitely a big problem there. Um, sweatshops and things like that. But as far as like official labor policy, uh, I don't know how they like at what age can you be full time versus part time, right? Because like for example, in the U.S. and many developed countries, you have to be 18 to work full time. So whereas if you're under 18, you can only work part time. So, but I don't know what the distinction is in Bangladesh,
Do
and
those
also the lack of enforcement too. There's probably not much enforcement of it, unfortunately.
do those statistics of unemployment actually break down the distinction between full-time employment and part-time employment?
Yeah, I am not seeing that level of detail. Like I said, I probably have to find some academic um papers on that, but and just how they determine it and stuff like that. But basically, um apart from the unemployment issue, there's also one thing that's like mainly driving the student and worker protests in Bangladesh
Mm-hmm.
right now, which is that the government jobs are done on a quota system. So they have a quota system, and the worst part of this quota system is it's very rigged toward certain ethnic groups. And the other big thing, the main one that's really bad, is that if you are a child, a grandchild, a descendant of a veteran of the 1971 War for Independence that Bangladesh fought, if you are a descendant of a veteran who fought in that war, you have they have 30% of the jobs reserved for those people. So basically, yeah, if you're a descendant of a veteran, you have a much better chance of getting a job in Bangladesh because the quota system favors you heavily over other people. So
Veterans,
that's
yes,
the problem.
basically.
I'm sorry, what?
Veterans.
Yeah, military veterans. So a little history. So if you remember your history a little bit, Bangladesh was previously not its own country. It used to be part of Pakistan. It was called East Pakistan. Starting in 1947 after the British surrendered, and so then there was a Bengali nationalist movement that was in that time up until 1971 that was burgeoning. And so in 1971, Bangladesh fought a war of independence against Pakistan. And what Pakistan did also in that time, they did what's called Operation Searchlight, where they were trying to squash the Bengali nationalist movement. And so basically, in that process, they killed thousands of military personnel, as well as it's estimated between 300,000 and 3 million Bengali people and tribal peoples. So Pakistan did a genocide on the people of what is now Bangladesh. In that independence war. So the veterans of that war are very, the government honors them greatly. They have, like, if you go to Dhaka, which is the capital, that's the capital city. In Dhaka, they have these massive memorials. They have a cemetery. They have, it's very similar to what you have in, say, Washington, D.C. with Arlington National Cemetery. They have something very similar to commemorate the Independence War. But the thing there is, all of the institutions in Bangladesh favor veteran, they have a very positive view of those veterans. And so it gets to the point where the job quotas, 30%, so 1 in 3 jobs in Bangladesh is reserved for people who are descendants of those veterans. Yeah, so you have to be a descendant of someone who fought in that war, who was in the Bangladeshi army.
So what if you're a descendant and you don't meet the qualifications for the job at all?
I mean, that's the problem, right? So that's what starts to create that unemployment. And so that job quota has been in place for a long, long time, and it never got changed. And, 1971 was what? More than 50 years ago. We're talking 53 years ago. It's like, why are we still doing a quota based on a war that happened 53 years ago? We're already 2 generations removed from that war. It's like, there's no need for the quota. Just give people a more, give people a more, at least to some degree, more merits-based opportunity for jobs.
And just start sort of commemorating and respecting the people that fought in a sort of more,
I mean, they already commemorate them heavily. Yeah. Whenever Bangladesh celebrates its independence, it's a big celebration across the country. It's very nationalist. And so it's like, why do you need a quota system now for jobs based on that? It's ridiculous. So that's what students are protesting. And because Bangladesh's government is incredibly militarized and authoritarian, in fact, I'll actually post this in Discord for people to watch later, but there is in fact, I'll post it later here in chat as well. There's a documentary DW, Deutsche Welt, did on Bangladesh's anti-terror unit, which is called the RAB or RAB.
Is it safe to watch and stream?
Yeah, it'd be a good one. Maybe after we talk, it'd be a good one to watch on stream because it talks about but I don't know, it should be TOS friendly. I don't think you need to skip anything in it, but they talk about how Bangladesh's anti-terror agency basically goes after journalists and innocent civilians who demonstrate even the slightest dissent. So it is a very authoritarian state, and they don't actually go after real terrorists. They just they conflate terrorism with dissent, and that's what the Indian government does too. So it's all these governments in the Middle East and South Asia, they conflate terrorism with dissent, and they consider it all terrorism. And so anyways, that's what students are protesting. And what Bangladesh is doing now, they have cut off all internet communications within and outside the country. So imagine you're a Bangladeshi person, you live outside the country, you live in India, you live in Europe or the US, and you try to contact your family back home. It's dark. You cannot contact your family. Social media shut down. SMS, all that is shut down. All universities and higher education are shut down. And basically, the next step that the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, wants to take is martial law. Police are already, I've actually been hearing reports from within the country, from people's friends and relatives there, that police are just, they're using live ammunition. They're taking people from their homes who they think are dissenters. They're using explosives. They are the death toll is already in the hundreds. And there's thousands of people injured in the hospital from what
Hundreds
the
of
police and military are
protesting
doing.
students, you mean, yes?
Not only students, just civilians generally. There's students, workers, workers who are striking. There is a larger movement coalescing with unions, with opposition political parties. Bangladesh is basically in civil conflict as we speak, and it's something I'm not hearing about enough on the news. And instead, we choose to continue to dramatize whether Biden is going to step down or not. I'm like, guys, that's not the biggest issue. If Biden stays, he may not last his 4-year term. If he doesn't stay, we'll get Kamala Harris. Like, guys, stop making a big deal of it. Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, millions of people are under martial law, and you don't care. Not you, but the mass media doesn't care, and that's why I wanted to come on and talk about it today, because a lot of people who watch the show may not be aware, simply because of the media we all consume, that we're not talking about this. And the fact that people don't care about, I try to make people care more and understand more about South Asia and understand just how important it is to the rest of the world, because when we talk about authoritarianism, and I bring up Bangladesh, people will automatically tell me, well, that's just the way those countries are. I'm like, no, people who live there don't like the way that things are. The problem is, if you try to speak against it, if you try to dissent against it, you're going to get killed. Much more likely to get killed than, say, in the U.S. or
that
Europe.
Is how authoritarian
it is horrible.
Work. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
Yep, and then they'll say, well, Bangladesh provides cheap manufacturing, and I'm like, that's all you see us as. You don't see them as human beings. You just see us as as your cheap factory you can exploit. It's like, no, these are people, and a lot of these students, again, they have master's degrees. Bangladesh has, for all of its faults, a very robust education system. I mean, it is privatized. It's heavily privatized, but it has really good, heavily invested in universities. People get masters, PhD, and they leave and go to other countries. So, for example, I actually know a friend of a friend who is a doctor from Bangladesh. He did his whole, all of his degrees and everything and residency in Dhaka, and then he came to the U.S. because there were not enough opportunities in his home country. So there's a lot of people.
Actually, surprised that the government, in its sort of short-sightedness, is not in the slightest alarmed by the sort of brain drain that it creates.
So one thing Sheikh Hasina says is that, and Modi also similarly says, both of these dictators say, is that we young people need to stay in our country and rebuild it. Meanwhile, they have all these systems that in place that prevent that from happening, and so then people end up leaving, and the brain drain happens, and so they don't have solutions. They just keep concern trolling about it. And then on top of that, Sheikh Hasina, because she is so obsessed with her own power, Trump wishes he was as power obsessed as Sheikh Hasina, and I actually think Trump now is that power obsessed. If I talk to Trump about what's going on in Bangladesh, he would want to do exactly what Sheikh Hasina is doing right now. Because Sheikh Hasina is basically, people ask me, what is Sheikh Hasina's politics? Sheikh Hasina's politics is all about herself. She's not center left. She's definitely far right, I would say, as far as authoritarian, but she's all about herself and her own power. And the last couple elections, in fact, in Bangladesh, she has won a large percentage of the vote, which is alarming because I'm that's not exactly democratic, is it? So yeah, I mean, it's all the signs of authoritarianism are in Bangladesh, and
especially now, it seems.
Yeah, and it's all coming to a head now. There's literal martial law in the street in every city, not just in Dhaka. In every city, it's a lot of throughout the country. The army is getting mobilized, and special police units are getting mobilized. The anti-terror units are getting mobilized. So this is a horrible situation. What do I see coming out of all this? I mean, there is massive resistance on the ground. In fact, the state TV headquarters that's in Dhaka, that runs like the state television stations, it's been burned by protesters. Like they've already burned the building. So yeah, it is. Yeah, things are really going down in Bangladesh. I'm happy to see that people are rightfully resisting their authoritarian government that they don't want to live under anymore. But yeah, Bangladesh is responding much in the way that Iran has done. When the protests for Masa Amini, if you remember that. If you remember the case of Masa Amini, who was I think killed by police for not wearing her hijab properly. And there were mass protests in Tehran and other Iranian cities. The Iranian government basically responded with bullets. And it was terrifying. And that's what's happening in Bangladesh today. Yeah.
Continue.
But yeah, that's basically a rundown of what's been going on over there, and sort of hopefully some of the history, like why there's this quota system, why there's this very strong nationalism, and again, it's because of their very recent independence war 50 years ago, over 50 years ago against Pakistan, and the fact that so many countries trade with Bangladesh, depend on manufacturing there, and slave labor and child labor there. It's like, if you try to oppose those corporate interests and, of course, the dictatorship in place, you're going to get killed. So yeah, solidarity with the people of Bangladesh. I actually have a strong feeling that the amount of resistance that we're seeing there, like at some point, Sheikh Hasina is going to have to tone it down, because she's just ramping things up to the point where it's full-scale civil conflict and martial law. So right. Yeah, that's not going to look.
I guess my question is, since we all know what the situation in places like Iran is, right? Mm-hmm. We've even, protests don't always go, let me just say, the way that they maybe should. It's not always a success. We've seen recently what happened in Georgia with the foreign agent law, with the protests there. It did not, unfortunately, end up as a success story. What do you think the trajectory is in Bangladesh?
Hard to say at this point. So Bangladesh's politics concern me particularly because so Sheikh Hasina is part of a party known as the Awami League, and the Awami League, it bills itself as center-left, progressive, whatever, but they, under Sheikh Hasina's leadership, has become incredibly authoritarian and even anti-LGBT as well. So they have shedded their entire progressive image. They are basically, you could say they're like centrist, center-right at this point, and they're very authoritarian. Sheikh Hasina's main opposition is far-right Islamist. In fact, let me get the name of the party. Again, the reason I'm not as familiar with Bangladesh is I'm not from there. I'm from northern India, so I'm more in tune with what's happening in North India. But I still try to keep up with the rest of the region because it's super important.
So the Awami. Informations from the chat. I believe they said they no longer accept refugees. Also, there was some information given above that, according to the UN, the number of the unemployment was UN report actually says that more than 20% of youth are NEETs, 15 to 25 age group. So we have already a bigger number from a different source.
Yeah, not in education, employment, or training. So they're just left. They're just left in poverty, unfortunately. So there's a lot of youth poverty in Bangladesh because of it's not just the job quota, like that's the spearhead issue, but there's like a lot of other institutional problems with the way Bangladesh, manages its society basically. um and yeah, and they no longer accept refugees. I'll have to confirm that, but yeah, and Katasu in YouTube chat actually brings up, as of July of last year, 900,000 plus refugees, so almost a million refugees, live in 33 camps in Bangladesh's border district with Myanmar, which is called Cox's Bazar. Cox's Bazar is down in that southeast corner, south of Chittagong. Um, and so, yeah, and now they're not accepting refugees, and of course with the junta, I think the junta. I have to track what's going on with the junta in Myanmar, but I believe they're losing a lot of ground, if I'm remembering right. So at least that's some good news. But
Yes,
again, the
that's
junta's
been
still
an
in
ongoing
control.
sort of thing. But it also remains to be seen how it will affect the whole uh, genocide thing.
Yep. And
That's
so the other thing, so the opposition, so Bangladesh's politics are kind of, it is a multi-party, parliamentary system, but it is heavily favored toward the Awami League. The Awami League has basically like a vast majority of the seats in parliament. They have 271 out of 350, so they have, you know, there's 350 total seats, and they have 271 MPs in Parliament. So that's a very high number. They also dominate 10 out of 12 major cities' local governments. So the Awami League it's basically a one-party rule at this point.
yes.
And so the opposition, unfortunately, is not much better because you have a tanky party, which they have very little support. The Workers' Party, which is they're basically the Marxist-Leninists of Bangladesh, and
So
they
what's
have a
the
really
difference
weird
between the
history.
Tanky Party and the Marxist-Leninist Party, if you could
No, it's
elaborate
the
on
same
that?
thing. It is that party. It's the Workers' Party of
Okay.
Bangladesh. They're like tanky Marxist-Leninist. They're also, I have to read more into them, but they're a lot like, most other ML parties. They have very anti-progressive positions, unfortunately. Um, and then the other major party, the Islamist party that is opposition to the Awami League, that has a little bit of clout, is the Jatiya Party, or Ershad. Ershad is they are Bangladeshi nationalists, but they're like hardline Islamist conservatives. So
Hmm.
that's the other problem with them, is that they are Islamists. So they would end up, not liking, that they would end up being very authoritarian themselves, even though they are, Awami's opposition. So
So there does not seem to
basically,
be a real alternative to the uh, authoritarian regime.
no. And so the problem in Bangladesh is, institutionally, there is no libertarian or left wing or even, liberal opposition, really. There really isn't. And that's the concern I have with Bangladesh, is that, okay, yes, there will be this uprising against the government, and I don't know what will happen. Let's see. It's going to be very violent. I mean, expect. um I don't want to predict like where this is going to go as far as like, civilian casualties, because I mean, Bangladesh has had a very tumultuous history. Like I said, when it was East Pakistan, and before that during the British Raj. Of course, you got to remember the Bengal famine, or famines. There were multiple famines in the region, caused by British mismanagement and trade policy. And so yeah, this region of the world has been, very heavily colonized, genocided.
Yes.
It's been, run by authoritarians forever, and it's like, how do we break the cycle? And I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some sort of new movement in Bangladesh. Like that's really their only choice going forward. And because really, again, there is no real liberal or progressive opposition to Awami or to Ershad. So, I mean, there is a socialist party, but they're kind of a joke. They have like no power, and I don't know. I haven't seen much from them, but who knows? Maybe I have to read more into their positions, and and how, whether they're any good or bad, I don't know. But
I guess
yeah, it's really messed up.
the real question is, given all that information, is what would need to happen for that sort of new movement to be allowed to be born? Because, as you've said, the so far the protest might just lead to a different flavor of the same thing taking over.
Yeah, and I really think what you need in Bangladeshi politics is something similar to what you're seeing in certain parts of India and Pakistan. So, for example, and I'll put his name in chat. This is a guy. This is someone you should look up. This guy is in Pakistan. His name is Amar Ali Jan. He is a young politician in his late 30s. He is very left libertarian in Pakistan, which is again a small minority. There's only a few like leftists in Pakistan who are actually trying to, get into elections and start winning local and parliament seats. So Ahmad Ali Jan, he runs the party known as Hakuk e Khalq, which is that's an Urdu name, and so
Can you write it
that
down as well
party,
in the chat?
yeah, Hakuk e Khalq. I'll write down the anglicized version, but that's the party in Pakistan, and so basically they're like a libertarian left wing party that recently started, and they're trying to influence more locally. They're doing a lot of work on the ground with youth, universities, schools. Um, young working people. So now they're even trying to get into more rural areas like villages and the like. So and working on farmers issues and stuff. So they're doing a lot of good work in Pakistan. But again, they're very small movement. But there's also another party in India, actually the part of India I'm from, which is Uttar Pradesh, the northern state of Uttar Pradesh. There is a movement, a new movement, a lefty movement started called the Azad movement. So Azad movement. And there's a guy, his name is Chandra Shekhar. Chandra Shekhar is and he changed his last name, his because he has a different last name, but he changed his name to Azad, which is the word for freedom. Um, uh, uh, but he changed his name. Sorry, he changed his name to Azad. I mean, his actual last name I think is different. Let me look it up.
While you're looking it up, I guess I'll ask, because since this is
Yeah,
a new movement that is more left wing in the sense of being, I assume, more progressive and so on. Yes.
yeah, definitely
So,
much more progressive.
as a
It's this guy.
person, from there, would you say that you yourself would subscribe to that movement?
Oh yeah, I would. And he's against the caste system, so he wants to abolish the caste system. He's also he's very much in favor of workers owning where they work, so he wants more cooperatives and unions and worker ownership. He's also in favor of public education, full covered public education. Like a lot of the policies he wants are things that you and I would want. And so, yeah, this guy, Chandrasekhar Azad, his original name, I forget, I think his original last name was Das. Um, but he changed his last name for for politics. 'Cause usually, the thing with Indian politics is and South Asian politics is especially people who come from lower caste or marginalized backgrounds, they will change their names because the reason they do that is because if they use their original last name, which also indicates caste, people won't like them. So by changing their name, there's they just get more visibility. It's just
Yeah.
again, it's a they just have to do that in order to get any clout and get any
Right.
movement going. But yeah, he
So,
is also from a marginalized background as well.
because I, of
So
course,
yeah.
assume you still have full voting rights in the place you're from, yes?
Well, I don't because I'm a U.S. citizen, so I
There
can't
is
vote.
no dual citizenship
Yeah.
in India?
No, there isn't. But there is a thing called the Overseas Citizen Card. So I have the OCI card, which basically allows me to travel to and from the country as much as I want.
But you cannot participate in the
Um,
electoral system.
no, I can't vote. And I don't know how taxes work. Like if I were to buy, let's say, buy property there or start a business there, like I don't know how all that works. But the OCI card is basically like a permanent visa for people who were born in India or who are who are children of people born in India. So it's one generation basically.
Right.
Um, but that's what an OCI card is, and so I have that, and I can go to India as much as I want as a U.S. citizen. I don't need a visa when I get there, so that's the nice thing. But
Right.
yeah, there's no dual citizenship, and
I
I
was
believe that's the same for all other South Asian countries. They do something like that.
because I was asking in the context of if you were to want to support this movement by actually casting your vote, give
I
them.
wish I could. I would have to renounce, U.S. citizenship and permanently relocate to India. But yeah, in order to do that. But again, the whole thing is this movement, this sort of Azad movement that's happening in northern India. It's small, it's starting up, but I think it is an example of something where young people are quickly getting on board with it. Chandra Shekhar himself is really, really active on social media, so
So
he's
that's
using that to
I
his
guess
advantage,
I
and I
guess
think
that is a
that's
good
helping.
that is a good question to ask in the
Yeah.
context of Bangladesh. Then, if do you believe that if such a progressive movement started in Bangladesh, that young people would be prone to sort of stand behind it and sort of get on board?
I mean, from what we've seen with the protests, and if you've seen any of the photos from news articles and news coverage, yes, I actually think there would be mass, or at least a large contingent of young people going that direction because of just how dire things are in Bangladesh under the authoritarian state. Poverty levels, access to food is getting worse every year. Inflation, incomes are lowering, costs are rising. So like I said earlier in chat, the reason Modi lost so much this past election, even though he won, it was like what do you call it? It was like it was like he barely won. Like he barely won his third term as prime minister, and so he's losing a lot of support. Parties that ally with him are now not as allied with him. They are starting to distance themselves. His alliance is falling apart. His own party, the BJP, which used to have a majority in the parliament, now is a plurality. So Modi's power this term is much more diminished than it was previously, and also his support is crumbling in many places. And the reason is because of India's economy being, so badly affected by everything he did. He and his government did. Since 2014, like they've made everything worse, not better, and they've only made things better for the ultra wealthy and the upper castes. So when you can't put bread on the table, people are going to look for alternatives, and
Yeah.
that's why so many places in India flipped this past election and significantly weakened Modi's dominance. And in Bangladesh, I would suspect that a similar thing would happen. The problem is, who's your alternative? It's a hardline Islamist government. So it's a hardline Islamist party who is the main opposition. And so how do you flip that? How long is this going to take? Like the logistics of this are tricky to figure out.
Yeah.
But I think what's essential to it is something like an Azad movement, or like what you're seeing in Pakistan with Hukuk-e-Khalq, which, and what Amar Ali Jan and other organizers are doing in Pakistan.
Do
So
you maybe
I
think
think there,
those
yeah,
there could be because they are all sort of the same sphere, so to speak. So do you think those there could be people in Bangladesh itself looking at those examples and thinking maybe we could replicate that at home? Maybe we could start a movement that is similar to those. Look at what's happening there and here. Look what works and try to implement it here.
I would think so. And the thing in Bangladesh that's really hard to overcome is police and military force. How brutal it is.
I assume the
Um,
movement would have to, by necessity, start as an underground movement.
yep. Yeah, it has to be an underground resistance. It has to be, and I actually think the only the what needs to probably start happening, because you're kind of seeing this with the IDF now, right? The IDF in Israel. What's happening now? A lot of soldiers are defecting now because of the things they've seen in Gaza, right? The things the things they're having to do to innocent people in Gaza and the West Bank and in Lebanon, right? So there is a more and more people defecting from the IDF and coming out and admitting that they're commanded to do these things to innocent people. So I think what what would maybe catalyze such a movement to start happening is if, say, police and military people would start defecting, like from and realizing that and starting to join that movement. And so again, there's the whole debate of should we allow cops in our movement, right? I don't think so. Maybe ex-cops who reject the institution, yeah, probably. But like, yeah, I think once that starts to happen, like those key authoritarian institutions, once people start defecting from that, that's really where it's going to gain a lot of steam. Now, the problem is in Bangladesh, unlike in Pakistan and India, where you have leaders of these movements like Ahmad Ali Jan, like Chandrasekhar. In Bangladesh, I can't really identify anyone, or maybe I have to look into it or ask some of my Bengali friends, like who is somebody you can identify as, say, like a movement leader, or people you would like. In the US we have the squad in Congress, right? Is there something like that in Bangladesh, in like the Bangladeshi parliament, or in sort of in sort of leftist organizations or anything like that? So yeah, and it's so interesting because in the context of Israel Palestine, we were just talking about the IDF. Bangladesh keeps saying, and Sheikh Hasina herself has said that she supports the Palestinian people's right to statehood. Because again, Bangladesh is majority Muslim. So based on that, like on that basis, Bangladesh was, I remember a couple months ago, a lot of leftists were celebrating, oh, Bangladesh supports Palestine. And I keep telling them that, hey, that's optics. Once you look
Right.
behind the optics, Bangladesh, to its own people, and of course to refugees who have fled from other nearby nations, countries like Myanmar, Bangladesh in and of itself is doing the same things the IDF is doing to Palestinians and other minorities who live in occupied areas, right? So, and that shocks people that this is the case. I'm like, no, that's what they do. And the same with Iran. Iran says they support, the PLO or Hamas or whatever, and it's like, yeah, but look what Iran does to its own people. They're doing IDF level things to their own people. So
basically, the actions do
yeah.
not match the rhetoric.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? And that's my a lot of people ask me why I am more libertarian, more anarchist in my point of view. I realize anarchism in itself probably needs some more maturing of its ideals and stuff. But like the reason I am more anti-state libertarian is because no matter the state, like you cannot fully trust the state, right? You cannot fully trust the state. You always need a resistance movement on the ground. You always need mutual aid. You always need community organizing, unions. You always need these things in resistance to any state, even a state that claims to be, for good things like liberation of Palestine or
actions speak
claims to
louder
be center
than
left.
words.
Yes.
You need a solidarity movement in Bangladesh.
Yep. 1000%. And it's just, Bangladesh is becoming a lot more like Israel is in the way it's functioning because it's so militarized. Pakistan as well. Pakistan said we support Palestine, but then Pakistan's, like, as a country is so heavily controlled by its military, through the economy. The military and the government own so much land. And so much of the country's wealth is centered in the military, and they're one of the most militarized countries in the world, and they have nuclear weapons.
Yeah,
So
which of course
like
created the crises that sort of
Yep.
were well known between, yeah, the
Yeah.
nuclear crisis.
Um, but yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about today. I just wanted to bring forth like what's been going on in Bangladesh right now, what's the historical context behind it, some other critical issues that are happening in the region. And yeah, all I would say is if you know anybody in your friend circle who is from this part of the world, who is from Bangladesh or the wider Bengal region, who is Bengali person or Santali. There are many. The Bengali people are not the only people, by the way. There are many um, indigenous peoples of this region. And in fact, actually, this is one thing as well. Bengali nationalism, in and of itself, like the whole that was the whole movement that got Bangladesh to become an independent country to begin with from Pakistan. The Bengali nationalism is not without its flaws. It is still very racist against non-Bengali peoples. So people who are, say, indigenous and who live in tribal areas, they are not well treated by like Bengali nationalists hate those people and want to continue to marginalize them. So Santa people are an example, and there's many other groups of people who Bengali nationalists hate. And of course, Bengali nationalists also don't want refugees in their country. So that probably explains the recent ban on refugees coming into Bangladesh. It's not merely like a numbers problem. It's actually like genuine, like sectarian hatred of people who are not Bengali. So that's the problem with Bengali nationalism. It is ethno-nationalist in its construction. So yeah, Bangladesh needs a how do we get a country that is so steeped in ethno-nationalism to move away from that? And yeah, I don't know. Let's see what's going to happen going forward.
I think
I'm going to keep
it's
monitoring the situation. I hope all of you do too. Arun, by the way, I don't know. You probably all know about Arun. I see Bluestone here in chat. But Arunana, who is a South Indian, he's a streamer originally from South India. He's US based, but he covers a lot of this. He has been doing great coverage of what's going on in Bangladesh, and he's somebody. He actually became a Twitch partner recently, so yay, go Arun. So yeah, Arun has been doing good coverage. He's a good guy to go to. I recommend his content on the regular.
can
So
you link
and I try to do
in
my
the
part, but yeah.
can you link that person in the chat?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody, let me link on YouTube as well. He does stream on YouTube, but mostly he's been doing it on Twitch lately. But yeah, Arun is somebody I highly recommend
Friend yourself as well, of course.
going to. And yes, and I plan to cover more about this as well, even though I tend to focus on North India, and I'm a little bit more focused on that because I hear about things very soon, pretty quickly from there because my family and people I know live there. But I do try to keep up with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, these other parts of the region that do not get attention on the world stage. So
Afghanistan.
yeah, I appreciate
Afghanistan.
you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I appreciate you giving the airtime for this because yeah, it's getting covered in like it's being reported upon in like news feeds, but people aren't paying attention to it. They're more
Right.
worried about Biden's health. And it's like,
Right.
guys, it doesn't matter if Biden or Harris or whoever becomes president. Somebody major in the Democratic Party will become president. Do not worry. We have to keep Trump out. That's it. But also let's not be ignorant of Bangladesh, of Haiti, the Congo,
Mm.
Manipur, a state in India. Like, there's so many things you gotta. And I know people are looking at it, but it's like it's not getting the spotlight when it should. Um, so,
I wonder
but
if
yeah,
Euro.
Arun is.
I wonder if
So,
Euromaidan will happen in
uh,
Bangladesh. I think it's more complicated than that because
I don't.
Euromaidan
I don't
had
know.
a very uh, Euromaidan had at least a few very
Hmm.
specific circumstances that allowed it to be what it was. I believe that the army Well, first of all, the army in Ukraine was not that big at the time to begin with, and the army was also not that eager to crack down on the protesters. That those are factors that are
Hmm.
pretty important to remember when it comes to these sort of
Yeah.
protests. Like a protest has a lot bigger chance of succeeding when the government cannot call upon, let's say, 400 tanks to squash the protests, right?
Yeah, and right now in Bangladesh, that is the opposite is the case, right? I mean, the police and military are full on, uh, are wailing upon the people, the innocent people of Bangladesh. So yeah, it's that's best case scenario. But again, at this point, Bangladesh is still a very nationalist, militaristic country, because of, I mean, obviously there was the resistance against East Pakistan, mainly in response to marginalization of Bengali peoples who lived in East Pakistan, and the obviously the establishment of Bangladesh, by the way, which was East Pakistan, was based on religious segregation by the British. Right, the British segregated Hindus from Muslims. And so that's why Bangladesh was so heavily majority Muslim, is because of that legacy segregation that the British introduced. So really, you can blame England all you want. We love to blame England. Here's yet another thing you can blame England on. But yeah, it's and now in Bangladesh, there's this whole like coalescing of people who are that are being that are having civil conflict sicked upon them by the government. And so now it's like, okay, where do we go from here? And I really, really hope they go in a more sort of left-wing libertarian direction, a liberal, hopefully at least more liberal. That's the first
Yeah,
step.
it
But
is.
like, I mean, it's very early right now. Like, the state TV headquarters just got burned down, and there's all this stuff going on, and all this suppression, and like we just don't know. I will
Because
never forgive the British. No, me
yeah,
either.
it's wanted to touch upon this a little bit actually, just because
Hmm.
the role that Great Britain has ended up having in many historical events, it has been uh, let off the hook, so to speak, on the fact that it was the empire that has committed one of the some of the biggest atrocities in history. I
Yeah,
think the estimation was, God, I'm not sure it was. It has been quite a while since I've looked at that article that has claimed that basically Great Britain has harvested a number of victims nearing
it's
500
like 100
million.
million plus, 100 million plus, right? It's something
I
like that
seen it in the
over its history.
hundreds of million,
Yep.
actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you count all the famines,
Yes,
the
yes, 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 yes.
and all that, like, yeah, it's and they were the Bengal famine was one of many famines. There were famines throughout the run of the British Empire, the British Raj. Like throughout its entire history, there were famines. Like
Yes.
it wasn't just a one time. It wasn't just
Very.
like, which I imagine Ukraine has gone through something back, tying back to Ukraine. Ukraine has gone through many famines too. It's not just the
That's
Holodomor was
right.
one of many, right? If I'm not mistaken.
At least two.
Wow.
There was a big famine under Lenin, and there was, of course, a big famine under Stalin.
Yeah.
And there was a one even later. Yes.
I
Even
don't. Which was
though
it under Khrushchev or Bresh? Who was it under?
I'll
I don't remember.
have to check the third one, but it is
Oof.
very ironic that the country that is such a big sort of manufacturer of food, the breadbasket of Europe, of the world, I would say, has had so many famines, right?
Oof. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Ukraine's wheat goes to North Africa, Middle East,
In fact,
um,
Ukraine
Europe,
has
right?
contributed a significant amount of it recently for Palestinians.
Based. Really, really based. I like, yeah, I like that because I know I initially had concerns about Zelensky when he made early on in the when Russia invaded. He was saying that he wants Ukraine to have like Israel level, security and like
Yeah, but
an
that's
Iron Dome and
understandable.
stuff. But he has had pretty good support for Palestinians recently. I do like to see that. Um,
I think he didn't mean it as
yeah.
in, he meant it like we have a neighbor, the type of neighbor that we have, so we don't have a choice. We have to have high security. I certainly understand this sentiment. Uh,
Yeah, I was concerned. But I guess yeah, taken out of context. Um,
I
which
don't
I
know.
guess he just wants like an Iron Dome to protect Ukrainian citizens, which that's fair. They have a
Yeah,
right to defend their country. So
against a
unlike
full-scale
Israel.
invasion. Yeah, like Palestine has not launched a full-scale invasion against Israel, as far as I'm aware.
I
Um,
mean now, like Hezbollah I think is dropping they dropped didn't Hezbollah drop
I know
rockets
that
down in Tel Aviv tonight?
The Houthis have sort of.
The Houthis. I thought it was Hezbollah, but it was the Houthis.
I heard it was the Houthis that sort of
That's really far. They went from Yemen. That's a really long range missile. My
apparently
goodness.
like a person in Tel Aviv was killed. At least that is what President Sunday told me when I called in. He said, "Guess what
Yeah.
happened tonight?" And that the Houthis have.
I have mixed feelings on the Houthis. Like, I'm glad they stopped a lot of shipments going to Israel, but then
Apparently,
and
they've been
basically,
even sinking Russian ships, which is pretty interesting.
yeah, they're kind of. But then when you're going after civilians like that, that
Yeah.
rubs me the wrong way. Like,
Yeah.
don't do what Israel's doing. Don't paint yourself with the same brush. So yeah, I don't trust the Houthis entirely.
So here we
And
have
the Houthis seem a little anti-Semitic too. I don't
right
know.
the Kiev Independent. Ukraine sends Palestine 1,000 tons of flour in first tranche of food aid.
Wow, that's. I mean, that's how many trenchers are they gonna send? Like that's wow.
That's a
That's
good question. Maybe
especially
we'll go over the article tonight about this. I think it's very good,
yeah.
especially
We can go
since
over it.
yeah. Would you like to go over it together now?
Yeah, sure, sure. I because now that we've kind of switched topics, although I wanted to respond to Philippe in YouTube chat. Philippe says just as Netherlands funneled money through Lucy Aze to manufacture Euromaidan against the will of the Ukrainian people, you chatters can use her once again to astroturf a Soros-backed uprising in Bangladesh.
Hello, Estelle. Well,
That's amazing. uh,
I've been trying to grow my little humble stream. But there are people that come back. I have recurring viewers, which is always nice. Okay, I guess I'm gonna share screen, right? That's the.
sure, yeah.
Hold on, I have to sort of. Again, technical issues.
Yeah.
How do I?
Oh, Gabrielle's in chat. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you.
That's right. How do I share your screen? I want to share the article exactly. You then global chat. Ukraine sends. Go live. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna read it and we're gonna discuss it along the way, like a streamer family. So we've read the title. Ukraine delivered 1,000 tons of wheat flour to Palestine, Ukraine's foreign ministry said on July 18th. The delivery was the first tranche of 3 food aid packages to be sent under a humanitarian program entitled Grain from Ukraine. So we have the answer to your question right off the bat.
So
Might
three,
be.
so 3,000, at least 3,000 tons.
Yeah, it's not really
Good.
specified if all of them are gonna be, and if all of them are gonna be. Well, it says grain and the whole thing, so it's gonna be probably. The first package will be enough to feed more than 100,000 Palestinian families for a month, the foreign ministry said. Hunger has become a persistent problem in Gaza against the backdrop of the ongoing incursion by the Israeli Defense Forces. And I've also seen, which frustrates me to no end, how certain people who I do not believe really care about either Ukraine or Palestine will sort of do these very dishonest, strange comparisons between the war in Ukraine and what's happening in Palestine, saying, oh, this X thing happened in Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have it that bad actually because Palestine, or whenever there's a commentator that speaks about Ukraine, they're immediately bombarded with questions such as, can you give us your opinion on Palestine? Or why aren't you talking about Palestine enough? You know? It's,
Yeah, and then I would go to those people and say, "Why aren't you talking about Bangladesh enough?"
yeah, it's like,
But like, it's but yeah, not to like, and that's the thing is like I don't like how some people weaponize Palestine, right, to try to get a rise out of people. Like that to me is a pretty disrespectful to what's to
happening.
to the people of Gaza and West Bank. And
Yeah.
I don't, it's like, why are you weaponizing that against people instead of, because if you do that you're pushing those people away instead of,
Yeah.
you know like I like that, like people somehow, like I've also seen people make the distinction that because Ukraine is a because Ukrainian people are white, and that they don't deserve the same as they don't deserve the same amount of help as Palestinians. It's like, wow. I like there is like this element of uh racism to it, sort of, or sort of like this, I don't know, how do I put it. It's like people think, oh, because Ukraine is a majority white country, therefore it's, it gets more coverage than Palestine. I'm like, no, Palestine is getting a lot of coverage right now. Now the angle of that coverage is to be questioned, because the media initially was very pro-Israel, and they still are to
Yeah.
some degree, at least in the U.S. and certainly in India. Indian media is very pro-Israel as well, because India is Israel's largest buyer of arms. If you didn't know that, the Indian army gets a lot of arms and munitions from Israel. So, but anyways, it's like, no, we like, why are people playing oppression Olympics? I don't understand. Like, cover everything. Don't just say, oh, we don't need to cover Ukraine because Palestine is this is happening in Palestine. Like, no, we have to cover all of these things. That's like the problem with media, is they
Right.
focus too much on one thing that gets viewers. They're not, reporting on everything.
Of
So
course,
it's
also
nice to
there's,
see.
yeah.
It's nice to see that there's like, I guess, is this like an independent Ukrainian outlet, a Kiev Independent, or I guess, or they're not state media, right?
No, I would say no.
Hmm. Yeah, but it's nice to see that like there is this coverage of, what's happening in Ukraine, and
Actually, I have to
like
check now.
people, yeah, they'll
I guess it's
probably,
in
I
the
mean,
name independent.
right. um
They have to have a wiki.
I mean, I would think they're
English-speaking
founded
Ukrainian
by,
online newspaper, founded former staff of the Kiev Post media consultancy. Yeah, 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 yeah.
okay.
Kiev Independent. It's in the name, independent.
Hmm. That's
But
good.
I suppose because there's also the issue of uh, the issue of people sort of having their, you sort of cannot cover everything in depth, right? You
Mm.
sort of have your focus. Some people are even sort of enthralled in certain conflicts enough that they go to the place, uh, go to the front line outright, and sort of their main focus is sort of that thing, even if they sort of cover briefly other conflicts, they will never be sort of as much knowledgeable and as much sort of in, you know what I mean, right? There won't be as much in tune with what's going on with the different conflicts and the thing that they're actually directly sort of reporting on, right? So it is,
Yeah, there's people have their lane that they're in, right? Like you have certain things you've emphasized covering, whereas I'm trying to focus on South Asia, bring that to the limelight, and that's fine. But then when you weaponize, like there are people I see, like I'll see people who are very very focused on the Middle East and Gaza and West Bank right now. Why are you taking that and weaponizing it against other people who are reporting on who are reporting on other like genocides and other like occupations around the world? Like all of those need coverage, all of those need documenting, all of those uh you know people in all of those regions need our solidarity and help.
yeah,
So I don't understand this. I do not understand this distinction that people make. It's like all of it should have some airtime. Not only airtime, but like it should all be under equal consideration.
yeah.
So
And of
yeah.
course, while everybody has their own speciality, their own lane, so to speak, you can always cooperate with different people that have their own lanes and specialities, like what's happening here now. You are here and you can talk at length about certain topics that I'm just not going to be as knowledgeable about as you are.
Yeah, and that's why when I see you bring a lot of like I remember I was there the day you brought Shakespeare on, and she was talking about Latin America and Mexico, like that, like I go to her for a lot of what's going on there, what's going on in Judaism, because
Mm-hmm.
she went to yeshiva and went through rabbinical school.
My
So
Jewish
yeah.
history is sort of mainly focused in Eastern Europe, Poland.
Yeah.
Although, unfortunately, one could say that that history has been cut short.
Yeah, sadly, unfortunately, yeah, and we all know why. We all know
Yeah.
why. um, so
Which, of course, directly led to what's happening in Palestine now, since
mhm.
Poland has been the second biggest community, Jewish community in the world before World War II, I believe. And the Polish Jewish community was not very fond of Zionism. So,
Yeah,
uh,
was it mainly wasn't I know we're sort of I don't want to hot topics too much, but like a quick question on that. So, where would you say Zionism was in like the Jewish diaspora? Where was it most supported? Was it like the UK because of
I
the
would say
Balfour
Western
Declaration
Europe
or
was far more open to it. Like in,
mm,
because in places like Germany, I'm not sure about the UK. If Karas was here, she could elaborate on Austria-Hungary a bit. But
mm,
I know that Jewish people were a lot more assimilated, sort of living as sort of people of the countries, a bit less. And the idea of Jewish people becoming a nationality like the Germans, like British people, etc., became far more pronounced. In places like in Poland, it was a lot more complicated, you could say.
mm,
There were people that were assimilated into Polish society, but there were Zionists, of course, in Poland, but there were not very. It was a niche movement. There were many people that basically wanted what I would say call emancipation. They wanted to not assimilate. They wanted to keep just being Jewish, but at the same time, they wanted to treat the place they were in as home while being Jewish. So without needing to become Polish, so to speak. And there were many, it was, you could call it a whole society with many people who were just not very wealthy, only spoke Yiddish. There
Mm.
were many religious Jewish people, which already was a non starter when it comes to Zionism. There's this interesting book which is actually written by a person who has a pro Israel bent, a person, a war journalist actually, a pretty well known Jewish Polish war journalist that went to interview people that took part in various genocides, like the Rwanda genocide. He interviewed people who actually went with the machetes and chopped up
Oof.
people to bits in Rwanda. It's that's, I could go on a whole tangent about how people that commit genocide see themselves as fundamentally moral people, but um, this person wrote about how a close associate to the father of what we now know as Zionism went to Poland. A close associate of Herzl went to Poland. And he said that Polish Jewish people are just very weird. That the assimilated upper sort of class Jewish people basically said that any enlightened Jewish people would find the idea of Zionism disgusting. And
So it was just like this very bottom of the brain, like, sense of nationalism basically
it was sort
that
of like,
Herzl was going for.
yeah, and the poor people,
Oh.
the person, the associate would say that it was baffling before, because the poor religious people would pray um, 3 times per day and sort of look in the direction of Zion, you know. But when proposed that they actually move to Palestine, they would suddenly resist very aggressively, you know.
Well, I guess maybe it's because from what I understand, and I know like there are in talking to some people who are come from like Orthodox Jewish backgrounds, various Orthodox backgrounds, they basically say that the exile from the land is still in effect, basically. Like, is that from? Do I understand that correctly? Like,
Well, like, so
people who didn't
technically
want to go
speaking,
back.
the return to Israel should happen once the Messiah comes. So,
Right, yeah, which is the what Christians also believe that.
but there's
So
also the
yeah.
aspect that there are many aspects of this. There's the whole Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth,
Yeah.
during which the Jewish community was actually biggest in the world. So at least many people claim that's the case. During which, and that's undisputable, that during that period, the golden age of Jewish people in the Commonwealth, um the community basically decided that there will never be a need to return to Israel. Like that the Messiah will probably just come to the Commonwealth and it'll be just fine. That was actually the
Yeah,
mainstream belief, that there's no need to return anywhere. It's fine. We're here and it's all good.
interesting. Yeah. So for context, anybody who doesn't know, I am Christian. I grew up evangelical, but I left evangelicalism, was atheist for a while, and now I'm a very like progressive, left wing, type of Christian. I adopt some ideals of Christian anarchism, but I'm also kind of wary of some of it too. So I don't know. I'm in a much more progressive direction. So, but my grandfather in India was a bishop. He was a Methodist bishop for a long time. So yeah, I do have clergy clergy. There are clergy in my family. Um, so yeah. Um, the Yiddish Bund movement. I mean, wasn't there the labor Bund in Poland, right? Like before the USSR was established.
Yes, the
Um,
Bund was in the USSR and in Poland, and the Bund was destroyed in the USSR. Uh,
that's right. Yeah, because the Bolsheviks destroyed it, right? If I remember,
yes.
I have to. I read about it a while ago, but
Uh, yes, and that enabled the Bund to flourish in Poland, which was actually another huge branch of um, anti-Zionism, because the Bund was very, very anti-Zionist, because
mm,
the Bund um, I'm sorry, I have to write something real quick. The Bund basically had this. There's this famous Jewish author, Isaac Bashevis Singer, and he basically described Poland as it was back in those days, and he described the big slogan that the Bund had, that why should anyone move to a desert place where people already live when we can create better conditions for the workers here, you know?
base. I love it. I
That
love it.
was like Isaac Bashevis Singer himself was not very fond of the Zionist project, and he was not very liked in Israel as well, because he insisted on writing his books in Yiddish, in none other language.
Nice. So keeping the Yiddish alive. That's good.
Yeah, and he described in very interesting and detailed way how life looked like in Poland, the Jewish community, the customs, all of these things. Very.
That is awesome. I'd like to read that at some point. Is it in English or is it in Polish? Because I probably can't read it if it's in Polish. Um, I need the AI translation.
Yeah.
Probably if it's in Polish. Let me see. Yeah, glitch master. Lucy was hiding behind the map of Bangladesh
It's true.
for a while.
How many people are we having? How many people are watching?
Mhm.
13 people.
That's awesome.
Okay. All right. So I guess I have a few more quick topics with you.
Yeah. And then
Have we
I gotta go
finished?
soon.
Have
But
we finished the
no
article
rush.
actually? Okay, let's finish the article
Yeah.
maybe first, right?
Yeah, let's so, sorry, we went off on a tangent, but so 3 tranches,
Yeah.
1,000 tons each. That's awesome.
International aid groups and foreign powers have been delivering food aid to and other humanitarian supplies, but the UN estimated that Gaza needs more than 500 truckloads of daily assistance to help support the local population. Kyiv voiced support for Israel after it came under a deadly attack by the Hamas militant organization in October 2023. Tel Aviv's subsequent shelling and ground invasion of Gaza attracted harsh criticism from much of the international community, with the UN estimating the Gaza death toll to be over 35,000 people. President Volodymyr Zelensky said in June that Ukraine recognizes both Israel and Palestine as states.
I mean, that's a step. He probably can't go like, let's just assume for a second that Zelensky is in support of a secular Palestine where everyone lives together. like I don't think he can publicly voice that because he'll make all of NATO angry, right? So,
Yeah.
and he needs NATO right now to fight off Russia. So he's probably, as Bluestone actually said it here in chat earlier, he can't afford to go against Israel too hard, but actions speak louder. So, yeah, good on Ukraine. So, because like again, I've
Well,
actually received criticism from some people, and you probably have too. I would imagine where people say, "Well, how can you support both Ukraine and Palestine?" I'm like,
very
that's
easily.
actually the most humanitarian position. If you think about it, it's the most humane position. So yeah, got a problem.
Right.
So, like, this isn't difficult.
You know. And what do you think? Maybe I'm not sure if we've discussed the Modi visit to Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
Yeah, I think what's so India is kind of weird because so some this is where I think people need to understand a little bit. So India is not like all pro Russia. India is trying to be buddy buddy with everybody in the world.
Yeah. It
Uh
even said that
well, except
outright
China.
in the
Yeah.
security sort of conference.
Yeah, and they're trying to be buddy buddy with like the entire world basically. So the reason is because
Neutral.
so in India there's a lot of US and European investment into like the tech industry and into manufacturing and agriculture. So India cannot afford to give up its relations with Western nations. It has to bolster them, but then they also have this long-term, long relationship with Russia that came from the USSR because the USSR armed India's resistance to Britain. So and its independence movement. So yeah, there has been this long-term relationship, and it never really went away even after the wall fell down. So, and yeah, the Indian army regularly trains with the Russian army. There is a lot of arms exchange as well. I mean, most of India's tanks are modified T-90s from Russia. So, um, yeah, I mean, uh, and of course, a lot of rifles that India makes are based on Russian designs, like the Kalashnikov. So yeah, it's like not surprising at all that that he went there for a security conference. Like none of this surprises me.
Hmm.
Um, but that said, I am concerned that like
Yeah.
it's going like will it bolster Russia's effort in invading Ukraine? That's my real concern. And that's what I don't want India to do. But I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, let me look up some. I think you've been.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking up about the well, and also part of it too was sanctions on Russia. So basically, because of the sanction on Russian oil, a lot of that supply got redirected to India. So India and China, I believe. So they are consumers of Russian oil as well. So um, so there's like a multitude of factors.
Hmm. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted
Oh
suddenly.
no, no worries, no worries. Oh, apparently Zelensky, I'm reading a BBC article, but apparently Zelensky responded to that meetup of Putin and Modi. He said, quote, "It is a huge disappointment and devastating blow to peace efforts to see the leader of the world's biggest democracy, Modi, hug the world's most bloody criminal in Moscow
I
on
saw
such a
that.
day." So, yeah, yeah, he condemned it like
Actually,
wholeheartedly.
India also responded aggressively to this comment of Zelensky. I
Yeah.
think Minister, the ambassador of Ukraine has been called by the Indian government, I believe, to
Oh, the Indian
respond.
government's response is funny too. The Secretary of the Foreign Ministry said, and of India's Foreign Ministry said, the bilateral visit this time is just a scheduling priority. What's also weird about India is they are a member of the Quad, which it's basically the U.S., Australia, and Japan, along with India, to counter Chinese influence in the Asia Pacific region. So it's kind of weird how they align with Russia on some things, but then also want to counter China. Yeah, India's geopolitics are really hard to explain. I don't know why.
It's a form of neutrality, especially since India seems to want to build itself up as this major power as well, right? In global
Wait, Bluestone,
politics.
India refines the oil from Russia and sells it to America. So the Russian refinery was bombed by Ukrainian drones. That pushes even more oil to India. So India is basically redirecting oil to the United States because that is ridiculous. Yeah, and then the whole thing about, again, the whole like irony in all of this too is that a lot of Russia has been recruiting a lot of men from India to fight on its behalf in Ukraine, and so basically they tricked them. They tricked them into earning a great income, free housing and stuff. And so they will trick them and say, okay, we're going to have you training in Russia. And instead they get sent to the front lines. So a lot of Indian men are dying on the battlefield. Because of Russia, what Russia does to them. Russia pushes these Indian soldiers to the front lines.
Mm.
So, um, it's and they're doing it with Cuban men as well, with men from many countries: Nepal, Cuba,
Well, the saving,
Venezuela.
although we cannot know,
Yeah.
unfortunately, with countries with certain regimes in place, like
Hmm.
at least we could say that the silver lining of this neutrality thing is that at least India is not supporting Russia in the way that Iran is, or
Hmm.
North Korea, or uh, less more discreetly um, China. Although there have been some dealing, oil related dealing when it comes to India and Russia, I believe, which is the main sort of fuel to Putin's war.
Yeah, greater range. Indians are being sent to fight in Ukraine for on Russia's side, obviously. And yeah, like Russia is feeding like people from the global south to the front lines as cannon fodder, basically.
Actually,
Um,
there have been more and
it's
more
horrible.
countries that have started protesting against it. Interesting enough, more and more countries are going to Russia and saying, "Yeah, we're gonna ask you to release our guys early. We're gonna ask you to terminate their contracts early, and we're gonna in some cases we're gonna ask you to pay us compensation." I think that was the case with a country that's admittedly awful in its own right, Sri Lanka. But
There were, yeah, a Sri Lankan man and Bluestone's like continuing tradition abroad. I mean, that's a dark joke because we all know what Sri Lanka did to Tamil people,
well,
right?
did
And
continue
continue
to do,
to. Mhm. Like
continue
it's
to
like
do.
yeah, he just wanted to take it to Ukraine too.
So Sri
Uh,
Lanka actually demanded that the soldiers from
mm.
there be released early from the.
Sri Lanka of all countries.
Yeah, they
I'm
said we're
shocked.
gonna terminate the contracts early and pay us. Yeah,
That's the last thing I expected from Sri Lanka. The last thing.
it actually has a very crazy GDP expenditure on the military, like
I mean, all those, yeah,
fifty
Sri Lanka,
percent or
Pakistan,
something.
yeah, Pakistan's is something like that. Bangladesh's is probably similar. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, Pakistan. It's like Pakistan basically. There's so much expenditure on military. Um, wow. But then, like, you'll hear people say things like, "Oh, but isn't Ukraine conscripting citizens?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're being invaded. What do you think? What what else can they do?" Like, it's not the same. It's not a symmetrical situation at all. Like, what Russia's doing is they're using, they're taking people from the global south, putting them on the front lines as cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Ukraine is just having to defend itself, and communities are having to step up and defend themselves too in Ukraine. So it's like that's totally different from conscripting soldiers from the global south and exploiting them. And and I've also heard. I'll have to look up some more stuff, but I believe Bluestone, the Russian military doesn't communicate to the families back home. Like they find out through other ways that their son or whoever died in battle. Like the Russian military can't even do the right thing in letting the families know. Like it's just horrific. Um so yeah, yeah, I mean this is yet another way people in South Asia get exploited. Yet another way. Um But yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I feel about the Modi visit to Russia.
And
That's, I mean, it's got hypocrisy written all over it, and it's just like Modi doesn't care that his own citizens are dying in battle for Russia. He doesn't care.
yeah, well, yeah. And Russia does this very cynically because it just wants to avoid using Russian citizens as much as possible. It wants to use prisoners,
Hmm.
violent rapists, and murderers who actually come back home later and as free men and do their thing again. There was this really disturbing video of the veteran of the Russian army who's been a criminal released that came back and sort of did his thing of there's a camera video of an elderly lady walking upstairs because this person has the modus operandi of going in front of an elderly person, kicking them down the stairs,
Ooh,
violently kicking them in on the head while they're down, and then mugging them. So yeah.
brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Yep. So yeah, this is why, like, like I just hate that, like, Lucy, like you and I have to explain ourselves so much to people. Like, how can you support Ukraine and Palestine
Right.
and Haiti, and well, at the same time, like it's the humane position. It's the pro liberation
And
position.
the worst thing
So
is that even when
yeah.
people sort of there's another side to this. There are sort of people that focus war correspondents and focus on uh, Ukraine, and when they cover Israel, they will clearly show sympathy towards Palestine, uh, self determination and independence, but they will still be accused of being basically pro Israel.
Yeah, it's really yeah, it's just I think that this is why, the not only nuance but just properly, this is why I always side with, like, the perspective of the people. I think the people's perspective is greater than any government's. But yeah. um yeah, so I'm, even to this day, I still support the full agency and freedom of the Ukrainian people. So
Yeah,
yeah.
because there's
um
been criticism of draft in Ukraine, but the fact is that there's at some point there's only you have two alternatives with Russia, as we have learned through evidence of what has happened on the ground. You can do the not ideal thing of drafting people to the army, or you can have not enough people to defend the country and you will have repeat uh, Buchas, Irpins, and Iziums. You will have more mass graves. You will have just more
Hmm.
oppression and death. Those are the alternatives, unfortunate as it is.
Yeah, there's no good alternatives, and like people say, well, the like I hear it still hear it today. People say, well, people need to stop killing each other there. I'm like, okay, then ask your favorite ask your favorite dictator Putin to stop attacking Ukraine.
Yeah, to leave.
That's literally it. Get out of there, and he's not. He's just continuing to aggress, and push that line of control. That's what he's trying to do. Um, so, like, yeah, we know who the aggressor is in this situation. It's not NATO. NATO's not out here bombing, neighborhoods and schools and hospitals. That those are Russian missiles. So,
Yeah.
yep. But yeah, yeah, I'm glad we actually went over this because, like, it's even like I will admit that like a few months ago when like I was really looking heavily into Palestine and stuff, I even had my doubts about Ukraine because of the whole Israel comment that Zelensky made initially. But then I looked back, I reflected again, and I said, you know what? Yeah, it's Ukraine is not some like stooge. They're not Israel stooges. Like
Yeah.
they're not like these all out Zionists who want to who are like staunch allies of Israel. They're not like the U.S. So yeah,
There've been
and it's
so
good to see that they're
many
sending all this aid.
there've been so many awful conspiracy theories when it comes to uh Ukraine war and oh gosh. Like,
Ah,
have you
yeah, the
heard the
theories just go
conspiracy? Have
wild.
you heard the conspiracy that war in Ukraine is to deplete the Ukrainian population so that uh, Jewish people will be kicked out of Israel and then they are preparing to create a new Israel in Ukraine?
What?
Yeah,
Who's posting this?
that's I believe that's a conspiracy theory that is championed by a Polish far right party called the Confederacy.
The Confederate. Yeah, that's us. Okay, that all tracks.
Um,
I was gonna say Nazbols are pushing that, but they would. They probably would. They'd run with it. Um,
there's also one
yeah.
more that Poland is not governed by Polish people. It is governed by a combination of Jewish people and Ukrainian people.
Of course, they're gonna be anti-Semitic and racist, right? Like, I mean, Poland in and of its like, we'll have to talk another time about Poland because I've never been around Europe, so I'm not familiar. Like Poland, I mean, based on what you've talked about with the Commonwealth, I mean, Poland as a nation is like really diverse. Actually, it's not like this whole like the notion of like Polish identity is complex. It's not
It's very new.
a monolith,
It's very new.
from what I understand. Hmm?
And we have to understand that at the end of the day, Poland and Ukraine has been longer a single country than Russia and Ukraine, which also means that Polish is actually far more similar as a language to Ukrainian than Russian and Ukrainian, which is
I guess yeah, you can prove your point linguistically. So there you
yeah,
go.
because in like you can go to simple examples.
Mm.
Yes in
Mm.
Ukrainian is tak, yes in Polish is tak, yes in Russian is da.
Da and dak.
Dak? Quack
Oh no,
quack
no, no.
duck.
What is it?
Da.
Tak. So tak is
Tak is
yes and
Polish and Ukrainian. Tak.
tak,
Yes. And
and then da is Russian.
da is Russia. Or
Mm.
Polish thank you is dziękuję. Ukrainian thank you is dziękuję. Russian
Дякую.
dziękuję.
Okay.
Russian spasiba.
Спасибо, of course. It's completely different. I mean, probably different root languages.
So,
uh,
you know, and there's so many like similarities, like goodbye in Ukrainian do pobaczenia. There is a term you can say for goodbye in Polish, which is do zobaczenia, which is just one letter away.
Wow. Okay. And then in Russian, I forget what it is.
I
It's different, right? I don't know.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I believe it's different.
Mm.
Something.
Is it Das Vidanya in Russian? I think.
I think so.
I
Yeah.
forget.
Like
Yeah, Das Vidanya.
the like when people speak Ukrainian, I can
It is.
understand quite a lot. And the more people spoke Russian in Ukraine, the more I was like, you know,
Huh? Yeah. What do you? You could not pick out the words.
it was. I actually have this, I guess, power of being recognizable and memorable because sometimes I would go near a place where they sold certain food items and they'll be like, "Oh, you're the person from Poland. Hello, the person from days ago, the Polish person. So, do you maybe speak any Russian?" I was like, "I speak a little bit Ukrainian," and they'd be like, "Ukrainian," you know?
That's awesome. Yeah, I hopefully when things are safer, I mean that's a part of the world I want to travel to, and Poland, Ukraine, this that corner of the world is so. Because I have a book, I can't get to it now. It's across the room, but there's a book, and you probably have heard of it. It's written by a Harvard professor of European history who's actually Ukrainian. It's the book that Sergei Plokhy, I believe is his last name, wrote. It's called The Gates of Europe, and it talks about the entire history, even prehistoric, the history of Ukraine and like the Pontic Steppes and all those different regions. So it's really interesting, and I bet there's probably something I haven't read through much of it yet, but I bet he's probably going to talk about the similarity of Polish and Ukrainian and
Yeah.
other regional
Well,
languages. Like
Poland
I bet that
actually,
there's
believe
yeah.
it or not, has a special relationship with the Middle East. The Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, I guess,
Hmm.
in general.
Was it with the
And
Ottomans or
the
who was it with?
Ottomans, yes, because the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth nobility sort of wholesale took clothing, ornament, and many other cultural things from the Ottomans, which is why to Western Europe, the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth outright felt Asiatic
Hmm.
and very,
Interesting.
there's this depiction that I often quote that the nobles in the Commonwealth felt exotic but inferior and wild, very Asiatic.
Of course they wrote that back then, of course.
And but there's also actually more recent history with the Middle East that Poland had as a nation state because Iran. Oh well, there's also going back that the nobles believed themselves to be the Sarmatians, and the Sarmatians they believed that were descendant from Persians.
Interesting. Okay.
So they believed
That's
to have like
wow.
roots there. And there's a very special history of Iran taking a huge amount of refugees during World War II, Polish refugees, of
Hmm.
Iran establishing a whole educational system for Polish children in Polish, where they learned Polish history, Polish language, etc.
Whoa, I have to read more into that. That's really
There's a
interesting.
whole, I have a book
Wow.
somewhere in this room about this sort of thing that Iran actually did a huge thing for Poland during World War II.
And that was before the Shah, so that makes sense that they were more open because I mean,
Of course,
yeah,
a lot of refugees
once the coup happened, right?
died along the
Completely
way,
changed.
but this sort of
Hmm.
thing that happened when, like for the children, for example, the whole educational system was sort of that's something that the Polish government did not do for Ukrainian refugees, for example. Polish government
Oof.
did not create a whole robust Ukrainian education system for their children. Ukrainian children were basically just rolled into the Polish education system.
That's must be very tough. The language barrier must be I mean, it's similar language, but
It's
still, it's a
similar, but
language
it's
barrier.
still at the end
Yeah.
of the day, we have to remember a foreign language. So, in my opinion, um, the Polish government absolutely should have created a system for Ukrainian refugee children that would have been in Ukrainian fully.
Yep. There's a similar thing happening, and this is the last thing I'll end on because I have to eat now. I'm getting hungry. But the in southern India, if you go to southern India, where they speak more of the Dravidian family of languages, the Indian government tries to impose Hindi and Hindi primarily as a language as like a national language, even though Hindi is an Indo-Aryan language from the northern regions, and Hindi is like a modern twisting of older North Indian languages like Urdu and Awadhi and Hindustani. So it's like a modern invention, basically. And so the Indian government in schools and in institutions in southern India tries to impose more Hindi, but people in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, in Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka and the other southern states, they actively promote like speaking the regional language. So, for example, in Tamil Nadu, there's a huge focus on Tamil language, history, cuisine, culture, poetry, things like literature, things like that in the schools, despite the Indian government imposing Hindi as the main language. So there's a lot of resistance in linguistic resistance, I guess, in southern India against Hindi imposition. So that's good to see. I would love to learn a Dravidian language, but being someone from North India who speaks, Hindustani and stuff, it's like it's a completely different family of languages, and like it's completely different, like structurally, and even the pronunciation is difficult. So it's as if it is a totally separate language family, or pretty
Yeah.
much compared to Indo-Aryan. So there is this very interesting north-south divide in languages in South Asia. Um, so, uh, but uh, but yeah, in India, there's like active move, like the government is trying to actively stomp out Dravidian languages, but in those states, the state governments are saying, no, we need to teach Tamil, we need to teach, whatever the regional Kannada,
Of course.
Telugu, whatever language is regional to that area, teach that in the schools and keep it alive.
Yeah.
So
Lingual
good.
diversity is something that is very, very
Mhm.
close to my heart. Since languages carry
Yeah.
with themselves, in a way, a
Mhm.
form, a way of thinking, of visualizing the world, a way of sort of abstracting the world, which sort of brings on a diversity of viewing the world itself.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Lucy, it was awesome talking to you, going over several things. I hope you have a good rest of stream. I'm going to eat. My
Me too.
food's getting cold. So, but yeah, thank you so much. Shukriya, as we say in Hindustani and Urdu, we say shukriya.
Shukriya.
Thanks for having me on. And to talk about Bangladesh and yeah, solidarity with people of Bangladesh, Palestine, Ukraine, Congo,
Yeah.
so many places right now
Yeah.
that need our solidarity.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
thank
I
you.
will see you. Bye bye.
Yeah, I'll lurk in chat and I'll be back soon.
Bye bye.
Right, bye.
I will turn this off. We turn this off. I have to disconnect. Now I have to turn myself back on. Oh yeah, since I promised someone to I promised to keep my scenes clean in the OBS to a friend who helped me develop the new out outline, so I had to delete some of this because you know I promised to keep things clean. Okay, we're back. Whew. So how was that? How did the conversation go? Excellent talk. Excellent, but it only cut to the very end. Excellent. Wow. I'm gonna edit it as a segment. What do you think? Do you think it's a good idea? Shall we rest with a video game now? Unfortunately, the amount of viewers we have has fallen below the average. I told President Sunday that the average viewership I get is 20 people, and now we're about, how many people are we at on YouTube? 8. Very unfortunate. Also, Bluestone, you're white. I think we're gonna play a bit of game. What do you think? The game has been running in the background all of this time. What is happening with the YouTube chat? Hold on, I have to click here. No, not here. There we go. Lucy is surprisingly a people person. Why is it surprising that I'm a people person? Why is it surprising? Why are you surprised by me being a people person? You expecting me to be antisocial and mean? Is that it? Was it the expectation? Do I feel like an anti-people person? Gosh. Let's play a game a bit. And then we're gonna talk about... Oh, we still got a lot to talk about actually. Like the Biden Trump thing. Ukraine. The attack on the Ukrainian teenager. Quite a lot of things. But he's shy? I am a bit shy. Yeah? It wasn't awkward at all? I can be pretty awkward. Awkwardness is my weapon of choice. You must all hold your sort of do this and there's an important thing that I'm hoping to pass. So you must support me in my hopes. They can be the worst. Consider a painkiller. If it gets unmanageable, then do consider using a painkiller. We're gonna play a little bit of game. I wonder if a certain somebody is stealing my viewers. I want to see now. I want to check Discord. I want to see if that person is streaming. If not, then that just means that I'm a sad streamer. Oh, hold on. What's this? Oh no, wait, never mind. No stream. No stream from President Sunday. So I guess nobody's stealing my views. I just don't have them. I just don't have it. I don't have the swag. I have the streamer swag. Yes, load this data. How is everybody feeling? You're my loyalist of loyal viewers. And I thank you. Let me see. How long have we been streaming thus far? Let me check. How about I check? 2 hours 30 minutes. Oh, I'm here! Oh my gosh, I remember now. This is so cool. I think I should buy some. Let me check what our situation is with. How are you feeling? I'm feeling so. I'm hoping that something important will come through. So I encourage you all to keep your fingers crossed that something really important comes through, okay? Trust me. Trust me that it's very important, and sort of, and pray with me for an important thing to go through, okay? Is that something that I can ask of you? Is that something that I can count on you for? What do you think? Wow, no answer. Thank you. Thank you, Tai. You always understand me, my feelings. Oh. I remember now. But yes, apart from being tense about a certain thing, I think I'm pretty okay. Today's stream is a pretty big success. Change rune. We're gonna change some runes. What do you say? What do you say? Huh. My family's traveling in Alaska right now. I'm on my lonesome. Oh, wow. Do you like being alone, or do you rather be surrounded by people? People have different preferences when it comes to these things. Some people like being alone. Some people would prefer to be always surrounded by anyone really. Depends on the day. Yes, for me it also depends on the people. We're gonna do a dungeon. I don't remember where to go. Huh? Huh? I think on some level I avoid connections because it hurts less, but then sometimes you get lonely over time, so I think being alone is peaceful. I think you need a healthy balance of both, probably. When you are alone sometimes, you can then appreciate good company of those that are close to you, you know? I don't remember where to go. It's been so long. I hope you have patience for my mumbling bumbling in this game. Gosh, I apologize. I really apologize. About me? I, generally speaking, really like being around certain people to the point of being annoying. But on the other hand, there are times like, not often, but there are certain times when it's nice to be a bit alone. Okay, we ooh. Obtain 5 stones. Stones are a precious resource. I hope you understand. Being with people is fine. Of course, we are social animals. Being with people is a necessity of life. That's why we're here together now, the 6 of us. Oh my gosh. People don't like the game, do they? Is the game audio loud enough? Is the game audio okay? What a nice character has joined my party. Well, not joined, just a guest for now. Okay. Yosh. The kangaroo character is from a game that's a prequel to this game that came out first. I've played it off stream. Maybe I should have played that game first on stream. It's a game about the sister of the protagonist of this game. And I think we're gonna be meeting that sister at some point. So I guess we'd have more appreciation for that sister if we played her game first. You know. Maybe we'll play the game after this. This kind of sounds like Naruto music. Maybe a bit. It's Sakuraba took part in creating this soundtrack. Sakuraba is very famous, a very famous composer for Japanese games. This is a crowd-funded game, by the way. This is a crowd-funded game. If you're familiar with the game called Suikoden, then this is a game created by the people that have created Suikoden. They have left the company named Konami. They've decided to make this beautiful, beautiful game by asking people to donate money. Isn't that nice? How teams can now get funding from fans and create gems such as this. It is a spectrum gradering. It is a spectrum. Well, to be quite honest, we all are a bit rough to be around sometimes, without exception. You know, we all can be pretty rough to be around. I know I can be pretty rough to be around. I can be pretty annoying. It is a part too of human interaction, sort of. Being able to show understanding to those things that can be annoying, potentially. You know? To show people understanding. And to try to meet them where they are as people, you know? As opposed to expecting them to be one way or the other. Trying to meet them where they are as human beings. Okay, let's go. Huh. Interesting. Gambarimasu. So I guess we're doing now what we were supposed to be doing at the start of the stream. Chilling a bit and talking. And then we're gonna be talking about Trump and Biden. How do we feel about Trump and Biden? I guess I might as well start breaching the subject now.
これでどうせいやあんまり苦戦しませんでしたね
Woodcutter's nose. Kangaroo man. Gotta level up.
俺はまだまだ強くなるぜ
That's right. You can still become Tsuyoi. Hit both Trump and Biden and wish they both. Oh, damn. That is very harsh language. What is your opinion? I don't know. From what you can say.
はなるべく避けたいのですが
What is your opinion on the current situation? With all that's happened, should Biden stay in the race? I guess we'll talk about it today.
ちょっと楽しすぎかな
Not proud to be an American?
あ
Well,
りがとうございます
unfortunately, we all have to deal with the realities that we're sort of handed, right? We all have to deal with the situations that we are in. We all have to. Well, that does make sense, right? Does that make sense? We all sort of have to deal with the cards that we're being played, given.
さあ来い
The election might be bullshit, but it is the election that we have. And I'm saying we, even though I'm not an American, because the US election and its results affect more than just the US. It affects a lot of the world, including Poland, which is why I sort of say we in this case.
よし
My investment in the whole
楽勝
thing
だ
is
ったな
pretty big.
また強くなっちゃった
I'm certainly not an indifferent outside observer in this, you know? There's a lot at stake for all of us and the whole election. Like, I think more people should recognize that. That there's simply that the stakes of these elections are not just for people in the US. Well, you know, he has been saying pretty bad things, yeah. Well, for now, it's whether or not he'll stay in the race. Apparently, he is adamant still about staying. Apparently, that's still. That's still a thing that he's adamant about.
さあ行くよ やった
Are you enjoying actually watching this game, or I have to ask, is that a game that any of you are enjoying watching me play, or should I actually just take this game off stream and continue it on off stream? I guess it might be a bit late for me to ask this, but this is actually interesting to watch. Oh my gosh, such a horrible streamer.
えいや
I'm the worst.
やべえな
After many hours of playing, oh, is this actually interesting for you to watch?
失礼しました
The game is pretty cool. Do you have any questions about my latest journey to Ukraine that I can maybe answer to you while we play this beautiful game. It was okay the first few times, but it's very samey now. Oof. We might have to... I'm getting a clear message that we might have to switch gears when it comes to games soon. I hear you loud and clear, okay? I hear you. I hear you and I pray for you. We'll see what I think on what I said. Which part? The depths of my despair and rage for US politics surpasses hope in any democratic power the common person possesses. I feel the only route to exert unsuitable spicy behavior even at risk of personal health. Like I don't really believe in a future. I think you should. I think you should believe in a future. I think if we lose hope in the future, then it's over. And there is a very famous saying in the US, it ain't over till it's over, right? Should live by that mantra, and it ain't over till it's over. It will be over sooner or later for all of us. Think of it like that. Sooner or later it'll be over, it'll be all over for all of us. So we might as well try to live our lives to the full and not give up on things till the very end. You know? That's my prescription. Like in that One Piece opening, don't give up. Plus we have one another. We don't have to go through certain things, emotions alone. We can support one another. That is a very important thing as well. You know? Sort of, I guess. I guess so, Greater Ain't. I guess so. Even though it can be difficult to think that way. I mean, it's morbid, but it's sort of like we can use all the time that we have on this earth to the fullest, right? Can have all the wonderful experiences. Right? Can be very nice to live for others. Provided that you have also people that live for you, right? We can be there for one another. Well, you know, things may be grim, but at the same time, there are little positive moments that you can hold on to. Finding those little moments of happiness is, as someone told me, what life is all about. Is that alright? What is an FVB relationship? Oh, friends with benefits? So how is that going? How would you describe it? Sounds fun? How would you describe it? Yeah, it's fun. Hard not to catch feelings. It's hard not to catch feelings in my experience. I have feelings with everyone. Oh my gosh. Then how can you be in the FWB thing if you have feelings? Those feelings are never positive? Oh my gosh. Stell. Gosh. I'm a very romantic person and high on emotions, you know? I tend to be very high on emotion, you know? Possessive, not
俺の出
positive.
番だな。
Oh. Possessive. Oh, they are positive. Okay. What do you mean by possessive?
そらよ。
あんまり苦戦しませんでしたね。
Oh, right. I remember. I remember now. Oh, okay. Remember now. All right, we're getting to the new places in the thing. We're getting it now. Very samey. Let's see. Let's see what's happening. Oh my gosh. I'm happy for you. Thank you. Whew. FWB. You have feelings. Wait, hold on. I don't believe you. I don't believe you have feelings for everyone. I don't believe that. I'm gonna call your bluff. I'm gonna call you on your lie right now. Wanna try me? You have feelings for Trump? Is that what you wanna tell me? You have feelings for absolutely everyone? You have feelings for Donald J. Trump? I ask you smugly. Negative feelings. Wow, that's not what I meant when I. That's not what we meant when we said catching feelings. It's okay. Everybody can be condescending sometimes. Donald John Trump, as they've been calling him recently. I could be about to say something that sounds. Oh, I guess we're about to learn. Yes, go on. Go on, go on. I'm here to listen. I'm here. I see. I see. I understand. Listen, I'm not here to judge anybody for anything. I'm tempted to give Greater Ain't a new art prompt. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. I did not need that. I did not need this in my life. This artwork. Thank you. Thank you, Greater Ain't, for that. I should get a dono for that. For that traumatic experience that I've been just exposed to. Do you not believe so? That was trauma you've exposed me to.
さあ行くよ。
I don't speak in inches. I speak in centimeters and meters. Lucy, did you catch feelings? Thank you! How much is your trauma worth? I mean, it's probably... If you click the link, then you know it's probably worth more than $15, but thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Oh my gosh. What do you mean? Did I catch feelings? What are you asking? Biden with big yaoi hands. True, Kiskara, true. 9 people now. Lovely, lovely. That is lovely. Lucy is up next. Next for what? No, no, I did not. Oh my gosh. I absolutely no. Oh my gosh. Now my trauma is absolutely worth more than $15. Thank you. Thank you for this.
空見たことが。失礼しました。
Is it?
強くなった。
強くなった. To make it what? As in to become a big streamer? Is that what you're saying? Am I next in line to become a big... Yes! Wow. Thank you. Although today I must admit that we have less viewers than I told President Sunday that I usually have. I said that I usually have 20, and now we're at 9. My feeble attempt at getting more people to join the stream today has failed. Who? Dublo? What's a Dublo? That's because they can't appreciate the gameplay. What, do you think that a big crowd will come when I start talking Biden Trump? And Destiny, of course. Oh, now it's the moment to ask me. Maybe not ask me, to... Is there... I didn't know you were coming back today. I must have missed the announcement. Are you on my Discord? Oh gosh. Is that so? Is that actually it? I wanted to say something really smart. Do I have it in me to say something really, really smart, do you think? Am I smart enough for this? Tanzanite brooch. Oh, really? Wait, really? My Discord needs a phone number to join? Or Discord in general? I do like rocks and minerals. Like Hank from Breaking Bad. We have a rock collection, I guess, in the garden. Rocks rock. True. They do indeed. Rocks do indeed a rock. They attack me with ducks as well. Oh yeah, I was about to ask you. Are there any, because I know Destiny has been on a journey recently. Is there anything of his that you'd like me to give my deep and very sophisticated commentary on? Is that a thing that you require of me? And if so, what is it? I've become strong. Oh, I did it. I became very smart at this puzzle. Oh, nice. So you're on my Discord now? I think the latest developments are a hot topic. What? Biden's family discussing his way out? Lucy, what the hell? Stop saying that. Stop spreading this nonsense. Please. Please be nice to me, okay? Wait, you haven't been reading right? What? But it's true, you've been ignoring me all stream. You haven't been saying anything all stream. Okay, fine. From now on, every 10 minutes I will directly address you and ask how you are doing. This is what you want. This is clearly what you wish of me. This is clearly your desire. Well, you asked for it. You demanded the attention. You ordered me to give it. I think depends on how harmful the political beliefs are. You think shooting people by accident on purpose is bad even if they hold harmful political beliefs? I don't know. I don't think we should send a precedent of handling politics through shootings. I think it's becoming, I don't know, too frequent for my liking. First Japan, then Slovakia, and now the US. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. You know? You know what I mean? Especially if bystanders sort of get hit. Yeah, I just clicked on the doohickey. Don't worry about it, I just clicked on it. The doohickey is okay. Yeah, I would like to, I don't know. If someone holds really, really bad beliefs, then they should not be able to win in a normal way. You know, those beliefs should not be able to win them enough votes to gain power. You know? It should not be a thing. Oh, the doohickey. Yeah, that's right. You know? Should not be a thing. People having the craziest ideas ever and just, I don't know, getting voted in. That actually worries me a lot. You know? That people can have the wildest ideas and still just get voted in. Do you not agree? But it's easier said than done. Because, as I sometimes say, lies are snappy and easy to just spread. And it's far more difficult of a job to sit down with people and explain to them why a lie is a lie, you know? Because truth requires a lot more effort. And not all people have the time and energy to sit down and listen to how things really are. That is the unfortunate nature of the beast. You know? You know what I mean? You understand what I mean? Like the lie that Destiny is your spouse. True.
俺の出番だな。
Unless you're playing a doctor who's active genius on support. True. Wait, lie? What do you mean? Destiny is absolutely my hobby, Bobby. Have you... Okay. Let me ask you this. Have you asked him about it? Has he denied it? When was the last time Destiny denied it?
楽勝だったね。
Exactly. That's my evidence. He has not denied it to date. Yeah, and he's never denied it either. Curious. Very curious, in my opinion, that he's never denied it. Yes, I do think so. If you lie about very basic facts of reality, then yes, it should destroy your career, absolutely. If you get caught on camera during a big debate saying that actually the casualties in Ukraine are 3 times bigger than reported, then yes, that should absolutely be a killer to your career. Yes. And yes, I am actually referring to Trump during his debate with Biden. He said that. He said that the casualties in Ukraine are actually 3 times bigger than reported, or something stupid like that. And then people listen to it and would just believe it. And a silly statement like that goes both ways, by the way. That statement also implies that instead of 500,000 Russian soldiers, 1.5 million Russian soldiers died in the conflict. Which, okay. Interesting hypothesis. You know, it would be pretty disastrous for Russia if up till now 1.5 million Russian soldiers died. After all, 3 times more casualties than reported, right? Isn't that right? Absolutely. So yeah, blatant lying should be a killer blow to your political career. But again, people just don't have the time, the energy to fact check every single lie, even the most blatant. And this topic came up a bit in the conversation with Boy Meets Mini, but actually when it comes to places like the US, Ukraine is actually disappearing from the news. Apparently Ukraine is being featured less and less in the news. You know? I'm in Poland. So in Poland, Ukraine is basically in the mainstream news every single day. There's a segment about Ukraine. So that's a thing. You know? Ooh, tax returns. I like tax returns. Return to me, oh tax returns. But yeah, there's been a lot happening.
この穴の奥にスイッチがあるみたいだ。
私らじゃ抜けるのは無理か。でも僕なら。大丈夫大丈夫。怖くない怖くない。
大丈夫か？
しゃ。寒い。急がないと。
Oh, I thought I'd actually be able to control the character.
五郎様の命がかかってるんだ。負けるもんか。
Are you close to the border? If that's not too much info. Not anymore. I've returned to Poland for now. I'm in the Warsaw area. I guess I can disclose that I'm in the Warsaw countryside. I'm a countryside person, so I'm in the countryside now in Poland. No, it's not too much info. I've been in Kyiv till yesterday. Last night I returned from Ukraine. I will get equipment to stream from Ukraine, and then I will return to Ukraine to do some more interviewing with organizations that do voluntary humanitarian work in Ukraine. Have I ever been to Prague? No, I don't believe I have.
ノアさんたちを待たせてる。急げ。
Have I ever been to
こ
Prague?
の紐は
Not that I can
引
remember.
っ張ってみよう。敵と。よし、あの箱。やっとスイッチにた。
What a brave little tree. Like when I saw a video posted by a guy in Kenya and the street was filled with... Oh yeah, Kenya's in... Yeah, there's a lot happening in Kenya now as well. That's a good point. There's... Gosh, I should talk about that as well at some point. Kenya. It's like a continuation of an older protest that's happening right now. Yeah.
はい、全く大丈
Kenya
夫
is
です。
actually a pretty big topic as
先を
well
急ぎ
now.
ましょう。
Yeah. Yes. So I'm pretty sure students also participate in Kenya as well. Like to learn more. We could talk about it a bit today. Nice, thank you, Fallible Foul. Are you enjoying yourself today? Are you enjoying this comeback stream? Is it nice? Oh, Infallible Foul. Have I asked you how you found this stream? Who else do you watch? And what is it that you like and dislike about this stream? You guess so. Okay, River's critic. So I will ask you as well, River. What do you like and dislike about this stream? What is lacking? What am I lacking? Yeah, how you doing? Pretty okay. I'm pretty happy with what I've been able to do when I went to Ukraine. Guess we have to tackle the so many topics, so little time. I say when in reality we actually have a lot more time than I claim. Uh-oh, that's not right. There we go.
戦闘はなるべく避けたいのですが。やった！
I'm all over Twitch, Paul. I've seen you in people's Discord, usually weeks and Sundays. So who do you who do you watch from Twitch, Paul? Apart from President Sunday and Wick, I guess. Oh yeah, there's a big protest in Kenya right now. It started... Okay, so it started with the government wanting to do a big tax thing, right? And then people went out and did a huge protest about that. And then the government panicked. I don't remember the leader's name of the government. But he actually revoked the tax law. And the people protesting were like, no, you know what? Too little, too late. We actually hate you. We hate the corruption that comes with your rule. We want you out. That's basically it. It's not enough to placate us with pulling back this horrible tax thing that you wanted to introduce. Now we actually want real change. That's basically the TLDR of Kenya. We should protest Lucy. Did that help? Did my little summary of Kenya help in any way? Or not at all? Or did it just create more questions? I watch tomfoolery sometimes. He's awake late. I should watch Dylan more, but I usually am watching panels when he's on. Oh, what panels do you watch? What panels are on when he's streaming? That's...
Mina, 気をつけな!
That is true. You should watch more Dylan Burns. The war journalist on the ground. I think most people I meet here just 110% don't give a single care about anything. Not while Christian American, like the rest of the planet, doesn't exist and isn't valid. That is very sad, considering that the US has huge influence over the world. So people definitely should be more interested in what's happening in other countries, since their vote influences what happens not just in US, you know? It is the reality of it.
ルーンコーレムしかし大きい。
動かない。死んじゃってるんでしょうか。
あれって。
なんだか嫌な予感が。来るぞ。
Huh.
戦闘はなるべく避けたいのですが。
Oh, I'm watching Top Chat. I have to click switch to. Who has a war with the far left? I'm sorry. Did I miss something? Yeah. People should be more interested in the world around them. Much more interested. So what do you enjoy about this stream, Infallible Fowl? As compared, when you compare me to the other streamers that you watch. How would you rank me? Do a brutally honest analysis. Was it Bernie Bro? So when he started complaining about them, I kind of stopped feeling welcome there. Okay. I mean, I was a big supporter of Bernie Sanders as well. If Bernie Sanders had won, you would have had your first Polish Jewish president, just so you know. I see. Wick. What did you think? Oh, maybe you haven't seen the Wick Destiny debate. I've been here for much, but I know you support Ukraine, so that helps. I've been in Ohio my whole life, but my grandparents were from Poland. And what was Russia back then? Now Ukraine. Okay. Interesting. Okay, Eastern European roots. So I guess you can sort of get some of that by watching my content. So the work you were doing was pretty awesome. I plan to return when I get the equipment. You know? That is a thing that I will definitely do. We'll be back in Ukraine. What do you think are the bad parts of my stream? Infallible Fowl. What do you think I should do more and what do you think I should do less of? I think that bad parts are when Lucy no talk. When I quiet. Generalization. Oh, more people are coming. Maybe we should start talking about Trump Biden soon. That's why you came here, right? To hear me talk about Biden.
さあ次
I am here for you, Lucy. Thank you. Poland has an indigenous Muslim population. I'm not sure if you're aware of that fact. The Tatars. I know. The Tatars.
これを
That population goes back to the Polish-Lithuanian
まだ
Commonwealth.
戦えるようでございます行きます
1点取った
I don't know, like I said, only been here for half an hour now. You're really funny is... I'm funny in Discord? Really?
ルーンよ
Thank you. I've been very aggressive in the Wick Discord lately. I'm not sure if you've seen that. Serena, it's Muharanda Semi New Year. Wow, thank you. So many New Years, if you think about it, to celebrate. There's always so many New Years to celebrate.
えい
Ooh, nice. It's already the 20th for me, so I can already wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's 3 a.m. in Warsaw and it's 4 a.m. in Kiev. Was Wick Discord what people call spicy? No, spicy chat is a subsection of Chud Logic's Discord. Which, by the way, we'll be talking about Chud Logic again soon because apparently he has more takes about Irish travelers and Roma people. Chud Logic has returned with his amazing takes about that topic, so we will definitely be discussing Chud Logic soon. I just wanna get my data in order to be able to better present my case. I'm always aggressive there with people, plus I see you in Sunday's chat more than Wix, so I expected that. True. I mean, I don't mean to be mean, I don't mean to be rude, but let's just say that, I don't know, God. Will that sound mean if I say that there were people that run better panel shows than Wick? Is that mean to say? You decide. You decide, my chatters, if it's mean for me to say that there were definitely streamers that ran a better panel show than Wick.
ブーム秘技まだ戦えるよ
I can decide that I'm a troublemaker. Don't take my advice. Whew. I mean, I know. No, definitely that's true. Wick never adds anything. He just medium for. I mean, I don't know. I've heard rumors that an old panel show might be returning soon. And I have a feeling that if it actually does return, Wick's panels might be in trouble. I don't know. I miss Hippy Dippy, but Dylan is doing more important stuff now.
まだまだ行くぞ
He is indeed. He is indeed. Indeed he is. He has Briana Wu takes now. Oh gosh. Briana Wu. Oh gosh. There's I don't know. Did you know that I was supposed to debate Wick on orcs? I think I've already said that on stream. I think Infallible Fowl might know that I was supposed to debate Wick on orcs. I've only known him through President Sunday's pseudo vendetta. I have nothing but discards. Oh gosh. That's harsh. So what do you think of my stream, River? There we go, healing. Not be a big fan of fast-paced streams. It's so cozy to stay around on a slow stream. Nice. Although I don't know. I have a feeling that my not fast-paced stream might not be an audience attractor, as evidenced by how many people are here. Oh no. Oh gosh. Although President Sunday told me that he'd help me with my viewership to I don't know, brainstorm strategies with me when I called in this morning. Did you know that I called in to President Sunday? And we had a little bit of a conversation. Happy early birthday. Well, it's already the 20th for me. I think that if you could somehow speak on Sunday more and stand out, you'd get some more viewers. You think so? Did you see my newest discussion? Did I stand out positively? Fortunately, President Suddenly could not speak to me for long. Uh-oh, things are not good. Alright. How old are you? Are you asking fake Calico Parker? Sure hope you're not asking me. True! Never do. I am! Of course. Of course I'm secretive about my age. Isn't that very logical of me? Isn't that what I should be doing in life? Isn't that what all cute people do? Hmm? I think I chose the wrong strategy for this boss. That is my feeling. I think I've been attacking the wrong target. I think I should have targeted the golem instead of the... I have to check something real quick, by the way. Access denied. Oof. We've been streaming for a long time and I still have not talked about the Biden thing. Holy moly. Okay, I have to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. One moment. A weird question to me. Go on. Go on. Yes, I have washed my hands. If that's your question, then yes. Yes, indeed, I've actually washed my hands. Yes, I always do. I always wash my hands. I do my best. Is that the weird question? Does anyone else see some nature video about bugs or something and just want the world to burn down? I cannot say that I do. Why? Do you hate bug life? You should watch A Bug's Life. Then maybe you would be healed of this affliction. I think I'm about to lose. I'm pretty sure I'm about to lose this battle. This boss battle. Just saying. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa. Rematch. Rematch. I want a rematch. I demand a rematch. Okay, we're getting a rematch. I'm focusing the golem this time. Let's see how that goes. Oh, bloodworms. You know. I don't think worms count as bugs though. I think worms are a separate thing, category from bugs. Arigatou gozaimasu. Be more active in the chat. Tell me what you'd like me to do next after we beat this boss. Because after we beat this boss, we're gonna finish this game and we're gonna go to the next thing. So you be in charge for once. You tell me what you want to see on the stream next and I'll do it. I'll do it for you. I just observe life existing and I disapprove. Would you still love me if I were a worm? That sounds like some isekai title. I was reincarnated as a bloodworm. There's an isekai story about a person that was reincarnated in a different world as a vending machine. So, how is it? Will you tell me what you want to see? Very resistant. Very sad. Huh. I think that is the strategy, to just attack the golem and not attack the person. Oh, she's dead. Oh gosh. That is so mean. Wow. I cannot believe nobody's answering my question. The chat is ignoring me. Not very interactive with your streamer. This is a difficult boss. Unless I'm missing something, and it's very easy in reality. Oh, what's my question? Not a very attentive audience either. I said that you can take the stream into your own hands and tell me what you want me to do after this game. Lucy's skill issue. Well, it does seem that way. It does seem that I lack the skill of keeping my audience's attention. That is true. Unfortunate as it is, that is true. Take a look at it unsounded. What? What? No, I would not. Now you answer my question. Jesus. I cannot believe you. To be fair, I stepped away. That is fair. I'm taking your stream into my hands. Okay, then tell me what you want, what you'd like me to do. That is you taking the stream into your hands. Or telling me what you'd like to see on the stream. Oh. Yeah, let me click this link to make sure this is not something perverted. TOS. What other game? We can talk about Kenya, sure. Some dead men tell tales and some little girls. No, 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 no. No, we're not. No. That sounds terrifying. That just sounds. No. It was a mistake. It was a mistake to let my chat take the stream into their own hands. You still have to beat the thing. That's true. That's true. Okay. Inappropriate, considering what's happening in Kenya. Wow. I thought I cultivated a nice and sensitive audience, but apparently I was wrong. Apparently I was very mistaken. I haven't even beaten the base game, not to mention DLC. Okay, I guess I have to grind more. Because we're just loading the game. Damn. Running away like cowards. It does not sell itself well to me on first glance, I will say that. It's not doing a very good sell. Maybe I'll take a look at it off stream. Blech. Also, has Lucy been looking at streams suggested in the Discord server? Oh, that's actually a good point. Oh yes, there has been something here that I wanted to... Yes. Yes, yes, yes. You're correct. There has been. There's definitely been something here that I wanted to tackle. Hatchling ground. Ooh, Red has joined the Discord. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Stream suggest. Brittany Seaman. Who is Brittany Seaman again? The new Vouch leaks are even worse than the original. Do we want to watch that? Simone? Isn't that the correct way to say Simone? Simone? What's wrong with the way you say it? Yeah, the art is pretty nice. It's pretty detailed. I really don't know who Brittany Simon is. But Karasu does seem to like her, so I'm suspicious of her now. Interesting. Recently, you've been trying to get access to a prim from Korea, and I went through hoops signing up for Korea digital payment method. Only find that they only accept domestic Korean banking. Aren't there prepaid cards or something? Oh, that is sad. Or you could ask a Korean friend to get it for you, if you have a Korean friend. See, I've fixed your issue. I found a solution for you. Get a Korean friend. I had a Korean pen pal. A Korean pen pal that visited and couch surfed on my couch. Couch surfed. That was a nice experience. Hosting a couch surfer. We're gonna react to a Britney Simmons thing, I guess. And then we're gonna talk about Biden and Trump. I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure actually how you would. That is an excellent question. It's an excellent question to which I do not have the answers. Fortunately, I do not have the answers to your questions. I am answerless. What does that do? Huh. Oh. But I'd like to do something else. Never heard of her. I'm gonna hear about her today when I do the react thing. I'm gonna do my high effort react. Does that sound exciting or what? Does that sound like something that you'd like me to do? Phew! Thank goodness I was able to solve my passport problem. I was so nervous about it. Oh gosh. I was devastated. Devastated to say the least. Yeah. Because I came to Poland from Ukraine on a bus, and then I left the bus. The bus left to its next destination, and I was like, oh. I checked my bearings, and I was like, oh crap. I had 2 phones with me, and now I only have 1. And then I checked, even more panicked, and I was like, I had a passport with me, and now I have none. And then I realized with dread that I've left both my passport and my phone on the bus. I did freak out a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend that I didn't. I'm not gonna pretend that I did not freak out. You know? What do you even do? So the thing that I did was first to call the neutral bus information company, and they said that they can't do anything about it because they just sell the tickets for that particular company. Because I remembered what the company of the bus that I rode in was, because it had the word trans in it, like transport, but it just made me think of trans as in trans rights. So I thought I was on a trans rights bus. That's why I remember the company, the full company name thing, which turned out to be a blessing, because since I remembered the company name thing, I was able to Google the company of the bus, and then I found the travel agency that actually works with this company. I called the travel agency that works with the bus company, and they contacted the bus, and they found my stuff, and they told me that the same bus will be traveling to Warsaw tomorrow, and they gave me the exact hour. So I just have to go to that bus at the exact hour, and they will give me my stuff back. Yeah. Because of trans rights, because I remembered the name that was written on the bus. Oh yeah, the stuff was still there. They found it. felt so happy about it. That both the phone and the passport were still here. Oof. I was really mad at myself and kind of miserable. It was free. It was between 2 and 3 a.m.
さあ来い
I was extra panicking because one of the drivers told me to just talk with someone in the office, at the bus office, but the bus office was closed and it opened at 8 or 9 a.m. So I would have to wait at the bus station from 2 a.m. to 9 a.m. So that's about, you know, 6-7 hours of waiting. No, that happened in Poland, so I would not get stuck outside of Poland. That happened in Poland, so that's one silver lining. So a very, of course, I sad wrote someone, and that someone gave me advice to just calm down, go home, rest a bit, and then sort of try to
戦うんだね
solve the problem after resting a bit, which I did. And then it turned out to be okay. So the advice to me to just relax and rest first
終わりにす
and
る
not
ぜ
wait for the office to open was
こんなもん
the right call. Yeah, I would have to order a new passport. Yeah. I'd have to get a new passport. That's right. I'm grinding. Yes, you're seeing correctly that I'm grinding experience to beat that boss. I'm doing the thing that you should not be having to do. What's this? What a long
British only
video.
bar-
Okay, listen, this video is far too long, and I'm not even sure if I can watch it without being destroyed by, I don't know, by some vengeful soul. I'm just gonna react to Brittany Simmons, and then we're gonna talk about the thing. It's okay. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. Oof. Let's pace ourselves. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours 15. Very nice. I will watch it off stream. Can I offer you a compliment? Oh, a compliment. I don't no promises that I will accept it, but yes, you can offer me a compliment. I make no promises about accepting. Status. Wait, hold on. Heroes combo. But we do not have the... Where is the thing that shows me how many more XP I need to level up? Oh, next, 196. I'm blind. I think you're an admirable soul who has overcome personal hardships for good causes and you're worth looking up. Wait, come on, come on. That's not true. At least, I don't know.
戦うんだね。
I'm not so sure. I feel like I fail a lot. Especially when the areas that I should be doing better. Remember to keep your fingers crossed for the important thing to come through. Oh? It's okay, we don't need the herbs. Or do we? Or do we? Guess we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, what's the status? We're gonna watch the Simon. Oh wow. I'm not getting that much XP. Is this save point healing me? It does not. Okay, let's just try again, right? I feel like we should just try again. Stella agrees? Oh, thank you. I'm sure. I'm not sure I agree, but thank you. Oh, Keffels is back to streaming. Did you know? Did you know that Keffels streams again? But I saw Keffels has a pretty diminished audience now. I'll be right back. I need to get something to drink. Oh, one moment. I'll be right back. You don't think you're important and good? I don't think I'm important. I'm trying to be good. I'll be right back. I'm back with a salad. I'm gonna be healthy whether or not you like it. Let's think about it though. Think about how many different people you reach with your channel. Are the worthwhile information you brought like to? I think this community is an intellectually curious and empathetic one with a strong sense of justice. You think so? Wait. Okay. You say that I've reached many different people with my channel, but there are 9 people watching now. There are 9 people watching now live. 8. Heads up, guys. You know? It doesn't? It's the whole. How many people do you think this channel has reached as a whole? It's a lot of people. Oh yeah, there's we've gained subscribers actually. We are now at, let me refresh and see if we've gained or lost. 1,325. So I guess we've lost one because we were at 26. So we've lost one. But it's okay because we've also gained some. Gain some, lose some. That is a lot of people. The channel is slowly but steadily growing. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Maybe the Collins work would work better than the reply girl method. Wait, what is the reply girl method? Or whatever the equivalent that is to being in a Discord servers or a live chat. What do you mean? What is the reply girl method? Am I missing something? I've shared stuff I've learned from you with people I know. Oh, wow. What were those things? Oh, wow. What have you shared? What have you shared? That's interesting.
Rune Golem?
動かないしなんだか来るぞ
For example, I wouldn't have started delving more into the Florida school district stuff otherwise. That's true. Oh yeah, we still have to give your mom the thing to answer, right? I've been more informed on Ukraine because of watching this channel. That's nice. Hope you were also more informed on Poland. Could this be the case? Nice. So how will we do this? Will you just give it to me in written form? Or will your mom actually record answers? Wing God's breath. Well, if you read after she answered all the question I can think of, and I send you the rest of the answer via email, you will send any questions you think of and what that's done. You can compile the information in a presentable format. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. That is a good method. We're gonna be learning about school districts. The problem. You said that it's about special needs children, didn't you? Didn't you? Oh crap. Oh no. That was a mistake on my part. But I still think we can salvage this and still beat the boss like this. You have your videos, all their emails ever, by the way, some of them. I've read some of them. I have to compile them and read them all in one go. It's been a while. Well, all districts have schools. This boss is so bad. What were your initial thoughts? Gosh, I'm actually blanking right now. I don't want to make stuff up. It's been a while since I've read it. I have to reread it. I'll tell you tomorrow, okay? I have to reread. It's been far too long since I've read it, actually. I don't want to... I have read the initial ones, but I don't want to sort of lie about saying that I remember. Stuff happened since then. It's been intense. I've been a real crybaby as of late. The hormones have made me a crybaby. I cry about many things almost every day. It's like, I cannot breathe. I win. People like die like near cold winds. You know? Wimpy win. This boss. Okay, if we die to this boss now, then I'm just gonna give up and do the next thing. You're not here on stream to watch me die to a boss 50 times in a row. Unless you are. In which case, I don't know. I'm trying to be broad to some extent with my questions too. Though she does do exceptional student education, I wanted to capture a general perspective of the school district and even offer my own experience, both my experience as a student and as a current employee of the school district. Oh, that is very interesting. Oh, how quick. What? No, don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Okay. Okay. I would be so annoying. You just heal the character and the character would just, I don't know, die. You know? I would have been really annoying. Hey, we're fine for now. Personally, I found that the payroll department has been phenomenally incompetent. Oh! In what way? What's the... Oh, the HP situation is of course horrible. So much for dodging. So much for dodging. On my first year working, they would underpay or not pay at all myself and my coworkers each paycheck. Damn. How did you make by not being paid at all? How did you make do? Alright. Also, like, teacher unions are a good shocking. True. Teachers, there used to be a few years back, there used to be like a teachers protest in Poland because of, well, teachers being underpaid and underappreciated. That's a thing. What the hell? Well, since they refuse to correct mistakes immediately, I just have to wait until next paycheck and hope that actually follows through with correcting the issue. That sucks. How do you even survive like that without any financial help from others? This is a very weird experience to have a job you know, work a job and just having to depend on outside help to survive. You know? I think I'm in trouble. I think I'm actually in trouble. Like, literally, how is there not someone facing repercussions for not paying people for their labor? That is an excellent question. That's an excellent question indeed.
まだまだ行くぞ
That's right, and you had teachers also work outside of school preparing, which is oh god, which is often not taken into consideration. I made a risk play, and of course it bit me in the ass. Yeah, it's not going too well. Okay, this is actually not that bad. You know what's again? True. Do you think I'll be able to beat this boss? I have a feeling that I don't. I should have gotten some revival items. You know? Oh. Yes, we've done it. We've done well. That's right. That's what you get for messing with me. That's what you get. Now we can do the next topic. Ooh. Kangaroo Australia boy. Alright, let's save the game. I think you've had enough of this game for now. Whew. Excellent. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. This has been quite an adventure. Anything that offers free medicine is really nice. That is true. Okay, let's talk politics for once. For once in this stream, let's talk politics. So, I guess the timeline is there was a debate that I've watched between Biden and Trump. Trump lied a whole bunch, never answered a single question. Biden sort of answered questions but sounded very weak, as if he was barely able to speak, and sort of, I don't know, did not look very well. So people basically focused mainly on that and not on the fact that Trump did not answer a single question in the debate and lied a whole bunch. It was just all about Biden looking weak, Biden not performing well optically, even though he actually answered a lot more questions and a lot more substantially than Trump. You know? And then Biden has had some okay appearances, some pretty okay. The best appearances he's had is when he focuses on policy, when he focuses on what just he wants to do in this snappy, orderly fashion. That is when he does best, in my opinion. If he were to be able to do that consistently without mixing up names, like introducing Zelensky as President Putin, then that would be amazing. And then, of course, we have had the big event, which happened when I was still in Ukraine, which is the assassination attempt, which created a whole huge reaction. Apparently, the assassination attempt did not really help Trump that much. And apparently, the person that took the shot was a registered Republican. I'm eating a salad. Registered Republican. People point out that the person donated to a PAC, to a progressive PAC. But apparently the person did that when still in high school. So that whole thing is pretty strange. There is, of course, a whole bunch of conspiracy theories. I've seen Piers Morgan, who has been doing, I guess, mainstream panel shows of his own recently. He has been pandering a lot of conspiracy around this whole assassination thing, saying things like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but isn't it strange that, or isn't that weird that, stuff like that. And then, of course, there's Destiny that just, I don't know, went off the deep end after the assassination. Had a big debate with Wick TV on the topic of assassinations and right wingers. I don't know. It just, to me personally, it feels a little bit strange that the person that has been contributing to a certain political climate for a while now is the first and loudest person to criticize the political climate that we're in. It feels like, oh man, Destiny that has been very friendly with right-wing figures, presenting them as quite reasonable individuals, only to now suddenly wake up seemingly and say, oh no, they're actually all crazy and they are actually out of touch with reality. What happened? What happened that brought Destiny to this revelation now? And what happened that made Destiny not see it before? And what made Destiny focus so much on the dangers of the far left up till now, and how the universities are taken over by the progressive dogma that professors have to be toed the line or get fired? What made him so focused on that not so long ago, but suddenly so confident about this now? What changed? What new information has he been given? His January 6th denial, but January 6th denial has not been a new thing. So I have to ask, why has he been endorsing so many right-wing figures if he sees them all as completely out of touch with reality now? What happened before then and now exactly? Yes, that's my main. No, he does not deny the. Don't know. I mean, he says right wingers are out of touch with reality because they denied January 6th. But they have been doing that since January 6th. So what's changed for Destiny? You know? That now he suddenly woke up to the fact that far right wingers denied January 6th and don't condemn it. Like that was known for a while now. And yet. So what happened there? And then, of course, Biden did a little thing when he said, because after the debate, there has been increasing pressure for Biden to step down, to be replaced. People say by Kamala Harris. Is that it? And then Biden made a little. I'm giving you such a TLDR version of the events that it's not even funny. One moment. So Biden made this announcement that he would drop out if he had like a medical thing, and then he got COVID, and then his family started talking about him dropping out. Apparently, in private, he says that he has to take those voices more seriously, that tell him sort of the people that tell him to step down more seriously. But apparently, he still sort of is adamant about staying in the race. That is basically where we are at now. There are a lot of people that sort of expect him to drop out at any moment. There's a lot of people that expect Biden to basically, especially since COVID, as we all know, is dangerous. The older you are, the more COVID is dangerous for you. Although Biden has been pretty boosted, pretty vaccinated. People here say that, but AOC just claimed the other day that wasn't accurate. What wasn't accurate? Wait, hold on. What wasn't accurate? What wasn't accurate? He's apparently doing pretty okay with the COVID thing. Oh yeah, and then there's of course Elon Musk apparently directly funding Trump's campaign now. That's apparently a thing as well. You know, Elon Musk, the rational, unbiased actor in all of this. Who for the longest time said that he was just apolitical, not involved, uninvolved, neutral. Such a neutral party Elon Musk has been in all of this. So here we are. Might actually take a look. Hold on. She said the donors don't necessarily want Kamala Harris. That is my biggest concern. That is my biggest concern. Even if they replace Biden, even if that would be necessary, would they replace him with someone that would actually stand a chance, with someone that would actually have enough financial backing, popularity, etc., to make the cut, to actually... Is it a good idea to replace a candidate so late in the game? I'm actually really worried about that. Like if something really big does not happen and if Biden just doesn't, I don't know, fall apart when it comes to cognitive ability, then I just think it might be a good idea to stick to him till the very end. You know? Well, no one likes Trump in theory, and yet he's on the way to possibly win. You know what I mean? So that's, I don't know. I'm not so sure if it's such a good idea to just replace him last minute. I'm a bit torn on that. I am a bit... I'm not 100% convinced that it's such a good idea. Let's read the article. Let's see. Because that's apparently been a thing. Hold on. We have quite a few actually. Oh yeah, there's been at least a few topics that I'd like to talk about today. That's a lot. Okay, we're gonna talk about it as well. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot to mention that also Trump in the meantime has picked his vice president nominee, J.D. Vance. A very bizarre case of an ultra opportunist that came from humble roots. His mother, a victim of addiction. He went from a aggressive anti-Trumper to an aggressive Trump-ass licker in a very, very short amount of time. So short that it makes it very suspect, okay? From going, Trump's dangerous, Trump's a fraud, Trump's just bad, very bad for us. Within the span of 2 years to be like, oh yeah, Trump's the best guy, the best guy ever. Whatever he says, I do. I will follow him into fire. I will jump into fire for him. You know? I've not heard about the evidence So we might look into that as well. That might be yet another thing that we'll have to look into. But so far, this is where we are. I don't know, maybe I'm buying into people's conspiracies, but a JD Vance scares me. Well, it certainly should scare Ukrainian people that a very rabidly anti-Ukrainian person might become vice president. And considering Trump's age, he might become president. This horrible, opportunistic human being. Oh, that's pretty horrible. Yeah, that's pretty horrible. Of course, the Epstein thing. Another revenge, eh? There we go. Elon Musk himself denies. US Today. Can Elon Musk buy Trump the White House? The Guardian. Musk's full-throated backing of Trump is uncharted territory. Where did you drop it? Trump's EV bashing RNC speech betrayed Elon Musk. Elon Musk makes it official. He's all in on Trump. Which should I... Is this paywalled or no? This is not paywalled, so we're gonna read this article. Like, Elon Musk has not been neutral at all throughout this. He has been... His political leanings are very well known to us. Of course, he shares the worst form of misinformation. We probably, at least some of us probably remember his idiotic tweet about tank warfare being over because tanks can be destroyed by drones. I don't know. It's not that shocking that Elon Musk would back Trump. He actually tried to endorse a different candidate before. I just don't. I'm blanking out on the name of that person that he tried endorsing before, and even started a whole thing via Twitter for that person, and that of course backfired horribly. There is nothing new. Can Elon Musk buy Trump the White House? Americans are about to find out. Wonderful. Just wonderful. React. The power of the uber wealthy to influence the democratic process seems to be growing in this year's increasingly intense and tense election cycle. Let me take a look at the suggestions. Oh. Do people want Biden out, but they don't want Kamala Harris either? So who do they want? Who in their mind would be a good candidate that could beat Trump? Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, has said, according to a Wall Street Journal report, that he will donate about 45 million a month to a new super PAC supporting the election of former President Donald Trump. And this comes also, by the way, in a time when some supporters of Biden have decided to freeze some of his super PAC money. I think about $90 million. So that's also not good, isn't it? Is it? That in the wake of the recent happenings, some of Biden's money, which is one of his greatest assets, that he actually accumulated a pretty big um, fund for his campaign, that some of that money is getting frozen. It's being frozen now. I'm not sure if it's since been unfrozen, but you know. The power of the uber wealthy to influence the democratic process seems to be growing in this year's increasingly intense and tense election cycle. Musk's planned donations are on an extraordinary scale, but he's hardly the only billionaire attempting to influence voters with mega gifts. Former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg, reportedly worth more than 106 billion, contributed 20 million last month to a super PAC and a Democratic fund supporting President Joe Biden's re-election effort. In May, Timothy Mellon, from a family worth an estimated 14.1 billion, gave 50 million to a Trump-aligned super PAC soon after the former president was convicted of 34 felonies. Mellon also gave 20 million to a PAC supporting independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, that's wow. Imagine giving. Why would you do that? Why would you give so much money to RFK Jr.? What's the why? Why would you? I that must be some 4D chess that I just failed to grasp. Why would that's just burning? That's just wasting money. I'm sorry. He has no chance of winning. Why would you just waste? Is it some sort of a tax deduction scheme? Is that it? Is that some sort of a tax related move? Donating 20 million to a PAC of a person that just has no chance in hell of winning. Answer in the chat. You thinking that this is some tax related scheme? I can understand people generously giving to Biden and Trump, but RFK Jr.? But Musk is not just your ordinary billionaire. The founder of SpaceX and Tesla ventured into the role of social media influencer, doing horribly, by the way, giving very mindless, non-informative, sometimes straight up disinformative takes on his own platform, Twitter. It just basically spreads misinformation and sometimes just brain rot, like with the era of tank warfare is over thing. With his purchase of Twitter, which he has since redubbed X in 2022, He claims 190 million followers on the platform, which, for the sake of comparison, would make the Republic of Musk the 8th largest country in the world. How he uses his money and his voice matter a great deal. This also, I must admit, discloses, like, it sort of shows a pretty glaring problem with the electoral process, that the richest guy in the room can just affect a whole election. The contributions of the wealthy significantly influence voter dynamics and campaign strategies. The disproportionate power of wealthy individuals can shape electoral outcomes, leaving the average American voiceless. That should not be a thing. That is ridiculous. That is very ridiculous. Musk's monthly donations will bolster the Republican super PAC's ability to fund massive advertising campaigns, grassroots mobilization efforts, and other voter outreach initiatives. Flexing his financial muscle also will amplify his business endeavors, increase Trump's chances of winning, and boost his personal favorability with Trump and other Republicans. Elon Musk makes it official. He's all in on Trump and is donating money to prove it. SpaceX has large government contracts. The last point is worth emphasizing. SpaceX has $1.8 billion contract with the US government to build spy satellites, according to Reuters. The company also has contracts worth billions with NASA and the Pentagon to launch satellites into space and to ferry astronauts to the International Space Station. No. Well, he's never, let's be honest, he's never been much of a centrist. Look at the history of his actions. Look at the whole history of his sort of activity, and you'll see that he's never been much of a centrist. Musk, like other big donors, isn't giving his money to politicians because he's just a generous fellow. He's buying access and influence with decision makers in the halls of power, which again should not be a thing. From Republican National Convention, whatever. Musk also endorsed Trump on X after the former president survived an assassin attempt Saturday. Given Musk's significant social media following and influence, his endorsement carries considerable weight. It could lead to increased voter turnout among demographics that align with his views on technology, innovation, and economic policies. Senator Bernie Sanders pushes back on Musk donation, and rightfully so. This is just ridiculous. This is as close to people just outright buying elections as possible. It's so weird though. I mean, he sells electric cars. That's not a conservative thing. I mean, he's basically conservative on every single thing, apart from selling the cars. Elon Musk, the world's richest person, is donating $45 million a month to the Trump campaign. If democracy is to survive in the US, we need to overturn Citizens United v. Federal Election Commission and move to public funding of elections. We need a government that represents all, not just billionaires. True! This is such a ridiculous situation that we're finding ourselves in. That people basically are just buying victories for their candidates with their money. The wealthy have long tried to sway elections and influence politicians with large donations. What has changed is the level of funding and the capacity of super wealthy to keep giving well beyond the means of even the run of the mill millionaire. Run of the mill. Such donations skew the democratic process and further disfranchise marginalized voters. No kidding. No kidding. Those types of contributions should be a pivotal issue in coming elections, reflecting the broader debate on campaign finance reform and the future of equitable political representation. Well. It seems like US democracy is flawed indeed. Flawed democracy indeed. We cannot let the average American's voice be muffled by money. Our lives and our legacies depend on equity extended to those who can't buy access to the Oval Office. And that's it. That's all she wrote. A ridiculous turn of events that the richest guy on the planet can just swoop in and be like, yeah, I'll basically hugely increase this guy's chance of winning by throwing a lot of money at him. That's definitely a thing that should be happening and is not ridiculous at all. For sure. Okay, we might take a look at this. What is this? A Vosh video? Yeah, we might as well take a look at this Vosh video. We're still discussing Trump Biden. This is Trump related. This sort of thing, like, come on. Trump has done so many things that should be objectively the death of his career. So many things. He's being let off the hook on all of them, which just, I don't know what it is. What is it that those things just happen so far apart from each other that people have time to, I don't know, forget? Do people have such short memory span that they forget about all the horrible things that should make him completely unelectable? Like, Trump should be absolutely, completely unelectable at this point. It's an election year, I know, but he's been convicted as a felon during the election year. He should be completely out of the race for all the things that he's done. January 6th alone should have made him completely unelectable, to be quite honest with you. You know? By this point, you can only suspect that people will still support him, actually like him for the bad things. The dams didn't move fast enough, refused to even. Well, that will cost them. That will potentially cost them big. Let's see what this is all about, this Vosh thing with... Let's watch this. This is a disturbing new revelations about Trump. You think this will lower his chances of being elected? Somehow I doubt it. Somehow I find myself doubting that this will in any significant way hamper his. This should be this should be just a death sentence to his career if it's actually true. Over, game over. This should be game over. Okay, let's watch React. This is my, I guess, mandatory Vosh segment for the algorithm as well. So thank you. I have to do things for the to gain, ouch, more viewership. Lucy Haza has to grow. I gotta do what I gotta do to grow. Isn't that right? My lovely viewers. Oh, how lovely. Oh, that's beautiful. How lovely. Before we start. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Of course. Of course. Oh. Of course. Oh. Listen. If I drop on my ass, it'll just mean that my chair has fallen apart below me. In which case, I will use the opportunity to beg all of you for donations to buy a chair or something. It's okay. The chair has not fallen apart yet. But if it does, it'll happen on stream maybe, and it'll be very, very funny and amusing. Not to me, but maybe to the audience. Who knows? Okay, let's watch this. Let's see.
Epstein was very briefly in prison in 2000. Was he in prison? Yeah, 13 months in prison back in 2008. He took a
And then he was no more.
plea deal to avoid charges of sex trafficking. And in the court case against him, a bunch of files were sealed. The reason files are often sealed is because in our legal system, generally speaking, we don't like it when people catch strays. If Epstein has a bunch of...
Oh, and as far as I know, actually a lot of people would have caught strays in relation to, like, apparently so many politicians were involved in the Epstein thing that it's just ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous just how many politicians were apparently involved in this thing.
evidence used against him. They don't like evidence that could be used against other related figures to be made public, because the idea should be that you could freely pursue charges against one individual without implicitly roping in a bunch of other people. Guess who was heavily featured in documents that were sealed in 2008 and unsealed?
I wonder who is heavily featured. Is it Donald J. Trump? Is it Donald Trump? Tell me, spoil it for me.
24 hours ago. Yeah. A lot of them.
Oh, no way, I called it, a lot of them. Oh no. Oh gosh. How can that be? A lot of politicians were involved in the That's been known for such a long time though. Like, it's not some new revelation. Like, this has been, from what I understand, known for a really... I guess there's confirmation now.
I don't want to linger on this for long because I
Yeah, but this is wider confirmation.
literally don't have long. We have an extremely graphic and detailed account from the 13.
Okay, I don't think we need the graphic account. I don't think we need that. Hello, Haris. Oh, you've just joined now? Hello.
Year-old girl who said that she was trafficked and raped by Donald.
Welcome. It's been a long stream. We've been streaming for 5 hours, 20 minutes, and we'll go for at least a bit longer. We are in here for the long run. It's okay. It's so perfectly fine to be busy. Being busy is a perfectly fine reason to, to be busy.
Trump. There are, let me see which of these links pertain to that exact. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges she was enticed with promises of money and modeling at 13
Yeah, it's been a long stream. It's been a long, long stream.
years old, sex with Donald Trump.
I'm sorry, what?
Forced with promises of money and modeling into that exact.
Hold
The
on.
plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges she was enticed with promises of money and modeling.
No, there's
Exact.
something earlier.
Trump. There are.
There was something earlier here. Okay, let's hear it again.
Let me see which of these links pertain to that exact. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges she was enticed with promises of money and modeling at 13 years old.
Oh, 13 years old, huh?
Sex with Donald Trump.
Worse. Sex slave, huh? Age 12. Maria Doe, age 12.
Forced with another sex slave at the age of 12 to have sex with Donald Trump.
For the sex enjoyment of Donald Trump.
Struck by Donald Trump, told to get an abortion, etc., etc. You can read the entire.
No, it's not even the same. No, don't even compare. Don't even compare. Like, I'm sorry. Say whatever you want about Vosh. There's a big difference between having some, I don't know, dodgy cartoons on your computer and actually being involved in a sex trafficker that indulges twisted politicians with this. No. No. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, I am.
Thing. I doubt I could read all of it on YouTube. It's about as bad as it's about as bad as it can get. Really,
there's just no comparison here. It's just no.
Like you can.
To compare this is a little bit insulting to the victims. To be quite honest.
I mean, you could pause and read if you want. You can pause and read if you want. Like I read it. I don't feel the need to regurgitate all of it. It's the information's public. It was sealed back in 2008 and opened. Is this campaign ending? No. No one gives a shit. Why?
Yeah, that's the worst part. That's the worst part about it. Something like this coming out, it should be game over for a candidate. But of course it's not, of course. Make America great again. It gives the whole slogan a new meaning, doesn't it? A new spin, if you will.
Watch me bring this back around to the liberals. Conservatives have been screaming about how they want Epstein's files unsealed for years. Obviously, Donald Trump is heavily implicated. We literally have like multiple messages relating to Donald Trump asking for appointments for a massage, just going over to Epstein to get a massage. That Epstein apparently had 14 different phone numbers related to Donald Trump, like different personal numbers, work numbers, call bodyguard, front doorman, all of that. Like Epstein and Trump, they knew how to reach each other. They were, where is this from? Unsealed documents from the 2008 case against Epstein. They were only just unsealed. It's all there. You can look it up if you want. Now, who do we get mad at? Donald Trump? You already knew he was a pedophile.
Well, but it should still be higher ending.
Conservatives, you already knew they were fine with pedophilia as long as it was politically expedient. The only time I can remember conservatives actually dropping someone for being a pedophile is Milo Yiannopoulos, who has A, still maintained a career in some circles with like the born again, not gay Christian thing, and B, the only reason they did it with him
Pretty pathetic though.
is because he's gay. That's it. So who do we get mad at? That's right, folks. It's the liberals. Why won't the liberals bring this up? Literally, why not? Liberal media, Joe Biden at the debate. Can you imagine how much of a bleeding weak point this should be? But
it should be. This shouldn't be a weak point. That should be like a game over point. Like that should not be a weak point. That should be just an career-ending move right there. Like these sort of unsealed documents.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It would be uncivil. It'd be uncivil to point out that your opposition is the king of pedophiles. Well, Epstein was the king of pedophiles. You know, I guess that would make Donald Trump the prince. They got along pretty well.
Jesus Christ. And in this case, we're actually talking about offending, not just being attracted. Just, you know, so it's clear from what these unsealed documents describe.
Well, the dedication to civility from the liberals is so overwhelming. Literally, Google. Okay, right now let's do a little experiment. Okay, Google right now. Okay, we're all doing this live. I don't know how this will turn out. Trump, Epstein, documents unsealed. Diario AS, Hindustan Times, The Guardian, New York Magazine. Can somebody explain to me why this isn't at the front page of every single thing in the universe? Also, I mistyped documents. I'm not good at typing. Of course, the right wing isn't going to cover it because they don't mind pedophilia. Can somebody explain to me why liberal media never brings this up? They should talking about Joe Biden's policies. They should be reading out loud the affidavit from the 13-year-old girl who was read that shit out loud. Ask Trump a question about that because half of everyone knew, the other half doesn't care. No, that's bullshit. Right-wing media may not care. I guarantee you from the bottom of my heart, the average Republican has no idea how bad it is. Force the issue. Don't get complacent. Don't throw your arms up. Oh, you know,
yeah,
we shouldn't use the fact that Trump is a gigapedophile against him. That would be uncivil. That would be mean. You know, let's throw our arms up there. If they're willing to repeat over and over, hey, did you know that like Biden like helped with inflation? Then why the can't they go over this? This is another example of willful.
This should be career ending.
Liberal abstemiousness. The fact that they don't bring this up is genuinely psychotic. Genuinely psychotic. And they hate you. They would sell this entire country out to autocrats before they would call a pedophile a pedophile. Like, how do you think this is going to read in the history books? Joe Biden was old. Donald Trump was old and also close personal friends with and repeatedly named offender of Epstein, the most notorious pedophile in human history. For some reason, Joe Biden's team never brought it up. How do you think that's going to read?
If I may point out, Ford manages to have a much louder volume than you. Hold on. I'll do a check.
Joe Biden's team never brought it up.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I'm not a super loud person to begin with.
How do you think that's going to read with the history books?
Hello?
You think people are going to...
Is that okay now? Is it better? One thing I never understood is the offense as someone finding dirt on their favorite candidate. Like, if someone I support did something heinous, I want to know about it. Why don't you? Like, you should be in jail! Forget about career being over. Oof, whatever.
To read over that and go, well, that seemed like a missed opportunity. I don't know why they didn't do that. That seems odd. I don't know why. Like, it says after this, America entered a 40-year period of...
Something like that should be more than just an argument in a political debate thing during election. This should be like a prosecutable thing, no? Yeah, absolutely. People that partook actively in this should be quote-unquote catching strays.
Of darkness because our democracy was undermined and everyone was purged by the fascists. You know, I feel like maybe this could have been avoided.
I personally don't mind people catching these sort of strays. Yeah.
if they had taken this obvious shot. Maybe it's because some of the top Democrats have also done what Trump did. Yeah, Clinton. And you know what? I bet that is part of it. Genuinely, I bet that's part of it. Because underneath all of the so-called partisanship, underneath it, fundamentally, the neolibs still think they're playing the same game as the neocons. I really do think that the establishment DNC hack types believe that under all of it, like after this Trump business is done with, they're still going to the same fundraisers and golf clubs. They still think it's the 90s. So they think, oh, we can't bring that up with Trump. That'd be awkward because Clinton would get involved. Again, malicious incompetence. Yep, Annie, that's right. A bunch of these articles just mention Epstein. They don't mention Trump. Isn't that wild? The documents
Isn't that interesting?
unsealed reveal new stuff about Trump. It's not just like a reminder that Trump and Epstein were associated. We have graphic details. It's a presidential candidate. Isn't that crazy, the world we live in?
It is a bit crazy. And it's not just a presidential candidate. That is a presidential candidate that has a pretty big chance to win.
Presidential candidate months before the election and a former president. Oh yeah, just, unsealed documents of gigapedophilia raping like a 13-year-old girl multiple times, beating her, 14 phone numbers of Trump's held by Epstein, massage appointments made. Here are the documents. It's not even just conjecture, man. There's evidence, photographic evidence of association. It's crazy. Couldn't Trump pardon himself after it turns out? Well, he's not charged in this. These are just unsealed documents from 2008. They're not like charges. Why exactly does this kind of testimony not lead to charges? That's because, in all likelihood, because the system's not fair, man. What do you want me to say? Because at the time, Donald Trump was a real estate New York billionaire. Do you have any idea how difficult it would be to bring cases against him? Dude literally got away with it. I mean, Epstein is the most notorious pedophile of all time, and he got like 13 months in prison on a...
I don't want to pause. I don't want to read. There's no way. We're not doing that. There's just no way we're doing that.
plea deal in his charge back in 2008. Anyway, I blame the liberals.
Here we go. Very disgusting and very... Oh God. Okay. So there we have it. That's also another piece of the puzzle when it comes to the situation that we have found ourselves in. The unsealed documents. Like that should be so... That should be so simple for Biden to say now. You know what? I may be old. I may mistake names from time to time. I might have my worst days. And you know what? I never had so bad days that I feature in that I would feature in unsealed Epstein documents. There you go. Should have said that during the debate, in fact. Listen, who do you want as your president? A guy who might be slightly slow to speak, a guy who will mistake a name or two from time to time, or a person that, is in this unsealed document about child assault. Like he did the whole you have the morals of an alley cat and cheating on the pregnant wife. So why not bring this up as well? And yes, he has lied a lot during the debate. It's true. But I don't think that Trump would lose to Biden in that department. Often do conservatives push for abuse towards little, in many ways, in every way, from abolishing abortion rights to taking away Sexual education. Oh yeah, I almost forgot that child marriage is a thing in the U.S. that has been aggressively defended by um, conservatives. That whole thing almost made me forget about this little interesting factoid about the U.S. Well, damn. Pretty telling that. Pretty telling. Pretty fascinating little, I don't know, turn of events. I believe you have approval of your parents' guardians, then a marriage to a minor is legal. What? No way. I don't even want to check. I don't even want to check at this point. Jesus. Well, there we have it. That was the Vosh segment. We've talked a little bit about Biden and Trump. Okay, let's do one more thing. I'm actually pretty tired for some reason. It's been an intense stream. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. I'm gonna do some weekend streaming. I've not streamed for a long time. I've gotta make up for it. Maybe I'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. It's definitely a thing that I have to make up for. I've not been able to stream from Ukraine, but I thank you for all the generous donations today. That means a lot. We'll do one more thing. Hold on. So I should prepare. Yeah, tomorrow's another stream. We'll do it. I think I know what I want to talk about. I want to talk about a bright, positive topic. There you go. Let's go with Ukraińska Prawda. 17-year-old Ukrainian loses finger in brutal attack in Poland. A machete attack. It's, as I say, this is a broader thing that happens when far-right lunatics fearmonger against immigration, fearmonger against refugees, fearmonger against basically any foreigners coming into a nation state. And as much as Poland has been good for Ukrainian refugees, the more hateful rhetoric you throw into the burner, sooner or later it creates results such as this. Sooner or later, hateful rhetoric will cause extremist lunatics to take action, to take things into their own hands to defend their country from foreign invaders, quote unquote. Police in Krakow have detained 3 teenagers involved in an assault on a 17-year-old Ukrainian citizen, Artem, who suffered a head injury and lost the thumb of his left hand. And also, as I've said, pieces of skull and brain matter had to be removed from this kid's head during the procedure to save his life. The incident occurred last week. Artem's mother said that he and his friends had gone to the Zakrzówek Reservoir in Krakow to swim because it was so hot. At some point, another group of teenagers approached the group, When one of Artem's friends stood up, he was punched in the face. Artem stood up to defend him, pulling the attacker back. By this time, another friend had managed to get the girls in the group to safety. Quote, when they used tear gas, I tried to run away. This is clearly, maybe some new evidence will come out to contradict me, but to me this is clearly the result of hateful rhetoric against refugees. This is a direct result of the anti-Ukrainian sentiment spread around by the Confederacy Party. The Confederacy Party that is basically, I'm not afraid to say, a party that is subservient to Russian interest. It all sort of compiles. It compiles and compounds, and sooner or later, this sort of thing was bound to happen if this sort of rhetoric is not combated against. We also have an increased harassment of refugees of color, or even just immigrants that came to live in this country in Poland. This is all a direct result of a hate campaign against refugees and immigrants. The man with a machete ran after me. He hit me on the head and on my finger. He didn't stop hitting me, but somehow I broke free and jumped into the water. Everything happened so fast that it's hard for me to remember what the attackers looked like. Artem was pulled out of the water by his friends, who also called for help. He was taken to hospital with injuries to his head and hand and underwent surgery. My son lost a lot of blood. Unfortunately, the thumb of his left hand could not be saved, his mother added. On Monday, 15 July, the police in Poland's Małopolska Voivodeship announced that 3 suspects aged 15, 16, and 17 had been detained. The youngest already had a criminal record. Quote from the police report. During the search of the apartment where the 17-year-old suspect lived, an object that was most likely used to strike the victim, a Ukrainian citizen, was found and confiscated. All 3 have been charged with involvement in an assault with a dangerous object. This offense is punishable by imprisonment for between 6 months and 8 years under the Polish Criminal Code. I'm gonna spare you showing the photos of how the assaulted Ukrainian teen sort of looks like after the assault. We're just gonna focus on the text of the article. We're not gonna go with the saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words this time. The 17-year-old suspect, who will be tried as an adult, has been remanded in custody for 3 months. Krakow police say that charges may be brought against other individuals as well. Last month, law enforcement officers in Warsaw detained 2 Poles who attacked 2 Ukrainians with a knife and assaulted them. I wonder, I just can't help to think, what is this? Is there a radical party in Poland, a far right party that tries to appeal to the youth? Is there? Oh yeah, the Confederacy Party. I almost forgot. Made up of lunatics that create conspiracy theories about Ukraine, such as that, again, I've mentioned this when talking to Boy Meets Mini, that Ukrainian people along with Jewish people rule Poland. Something about an invasion, about a civil war between refugees and Polish citizens, all sort of. If you listen to this nonstop, then you know, if you're impressionable enough, if you're not feeling well about stuff, you might just, decide to take a machete into your own hands and do something about it, right? About the invaders of your precious nation state. It will just happen. And that is why it's so important, because it has been increasingly permittable to, and I will get into this probably more next time, to just be awful to immigrants and refugees. It's been a multi-faceted international problem. Refugees and immigrants have been used as a political tool, political pawns in elections. It has actually been a big speaking point for Trump during his current election. The southern border, the invading hordes of immigrants. What sort of environment do you think that will create? These people are coming here to hurt you. These people are coming here to steer your livelihood, to cause you distress. How do you think some people will react? What do you think some people will do? I think we're looking at a pretty bleak example of what this sort of rhetoric looks like. And I sincerely hope, although I'm not being too optimistic about it, that we're not gonna see a lot more of these things happening, not just in Poland, but there's been a lot of violence against Ukrainian people in Germany. Let's not forget that. A small child has been found dead, for example. So I guess there should be a more meaningful and bigger pushback against the idea that immigrants in general come to the country to just overwhelm the system, to do crime, even though all available statistics disprove this theory. We're sure when COVID hit, there was a rise in anti-Chinese sentiment. You mean anti-Asian sentiment? Because too many people, all Asian people, were basically Chinese. Many Vietnamese people were attacked during that time. There's been a lot of bad sentiment towards Hispanic people for a while. Lots of anti-black sentiment surrounding the BLM stuff. People be hating each other. And there's just a lot of anti-refugee, anti-immigrant sentiment. All right. I guess on this note, we can end the stream here. It's been a very long one. It's been a long one. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything. I will see you. Oh, hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Good night. Good night. Good night, everybody.